Hi, welcome to the channel English Professionally, and this course is 150 English grammar structures. You know, I think this course is amazing. I think this course is amazing. I prepared it especially for you. I prepared it especially for you. There are 150 English grammar structures. Just imagine it. There are 150 English grammar structures in this course. Just imagine it. I'm sure it can help you improve your English grammar greatly. I'm sure it can help you improve your English grammar greatly. So first, you'll see quite simple grammar structures. First, you'll see quite simple grammar structures, and then there will be more difficult grammar structures, or there will be more difficult ones, and then there will be more difficult ones. Enjoy it. I really hope you like this course. And if you like the idea of this video and this video, please put a like. Okay, thanks a lot for your support. Thanks a lot for your support. Thanks a lot for your support. Okay, really. So I think this course is amazing. I prepared it especially for you. There are 150 English grammar structures in this course. Just imagine, okay? So I'm sure it can help you improve your English grammar greatly. First, you'll see quite simple grammar structures, and then there will be more difficult ones. Enjoy it. I really hope you like this course. Thanks a lot for your support. Okay, so the first grammar structure, I want. Okay, so some theory. So let's look at some theory for a start. Let's look at some theory, or some rules for a start. For a start means in the beginning. Okay? So you say want something. For example, I want this thing. I want this present. Or you say want to do something. Please don't forget to use to. Okay? Don't forget to use to. Don't forget to use to. So many students make this mistake. They forget it. Okay, so I want to do it. So there are two verbs, and you need to put to between these two verbs. So please use to after want. For example, I want to do it. I want to buy this house. I want to call her. I want to learn English. I want to learn English, for example, fast. Or you can say, I want to speak English. I want to speak English very well. But you know, there is a good phrase. I want to speak English fluently. It means very well, without any problems. Okay, so really, let's look at some theory, rules for a start in the beginning. Want something. We say we want something. For example, I want this thing. I want this present. And want to do something. Don't forget to use to. For example, I want to do it. I want to buy this house. I want to call her. I want to learn English fast. I want to speak English fluently. Okay, so the next structure, I think. We often use it in spoken English. We often use it in spoken English. And you know that you can use all the structure in spoken English, so in formal English, in informal English, all these structures are very useful. Yeah, and let's look at some examples. I think you are right. I think this lesson is very interesting and useful at the same time. I think I'll learn English soon. I think this variant is very good. So you can often hear this, structure, this phrase in different conversations. Okay, next. I like. So you need to remember that we say I like something. For example, I like this video. You can say it, you can write it in the comments, okay? So, I like this video. I like your English lessons. I like playing tennis. Yeah. So, I think that you have a question. Why do we say I like playing tennis, but not I like play tennis? Okay, I like something. And if there is a verb, and you really like it, we say like doing something. We say like doing something. For example, I like playing tennis. So we add ing. I like play tennis. It's a rule. Next, let's look at more examples. I like traveling. I like getting up early. But you know, sometimes you can hear like to do. What is the difference between like doing and like to do? So if you hear like doing, as we said, you really like it. Okay? So I hope that's clear. You really like it. If you say like to do, it's a habit. It doesn't mean that you really like it. Okay, so I like getting up early. Compare I like getting up early. It means that you really like it, so you like it so much. And I like to get up early. It means that, okay, so it's a habit, you do it and it's okay for you. But you know, in most cases, we use like doing something because you really like it. Okay, so I like doing it and I like to do it. So you can meet both these structures. But when talking about our hobbies, we often meet like doing. So, yeah, be ready for it. Okay, so I like something. I like this video. I like your English lessons. If there is a verb and you really like it, we say like doing something. I like playing tennis. Yes, don't forget to add ing. I like traveling. So once again, don't forget to add ing. Like doing, you really like it, and like to do. It's a habit. Okay, I like getting up early and I like to get up early. So you can meet both variants. I like doing it and I like to do it. Okay, so next, I don't like. See, we often meet this structure, I don't like doing it, or I don't like doing something. I don't like doing something, and you can hear, for example, I don't like doing it. It means that it isn't interesting, so maybe it's very boring or uninteresting. I don't need it. Okay, more examples. I don't like doing nothing. I don't like doing nothing. Or you can say that maybe it's better to say I don't like wasting time. So waste time, when you have free time, but you do some stupid things and it's really terrible. So time passes, but you don't do anything good. Okay, so I don't like, so you don't do something good. Okay, next, so I don't like talking to him. Again, don't like doing. Okay, so I think it's a very good structure. Next, I love and I enjoy. So we say love or enjoy. We say love or enjoy something. Yeah, but if there is a verb, you say love or enjoy. Love or enjoy doing something. Love or enjoy doing something. So I love doing it. I love doing it. So it has a stronger meaning. So you can say, yeah, I like doing it. I like doing it. But you know that love is stronger. It sounds stronger, and we often hear I love doing it. So it means you really like it. You really like it. Okay. So I love singing. What things do you like doing? Yeah. Or you can say that I like it, I really like it, or I love it, I love doing it. So you can say I enjoy English, or maybe you want to say I enjoy speaking English. I enjoy speaking English. So why speaking? Why do we use ing? Because it's a rule, and that's why it's so important to study these English grammar structures. Love or enjoy doing something. I enjoy speaking English. As for me, I enjoy speaking English and I enjoy teaching English. And I enjoy spending time with my friends. And I enjoy spending time with my friends. And I hope you also like it. Okay, next. So if you don't like it, you can say I hate. So we say I hate doing something. Here, please remember this structure. Hate doing something. Hate doing something. I hate doing it. I hate going there. I hate this kind of music. Yes, hate something, or hate doing something. Don't forget to use ing. Okay, I would like. We often use a short form. It's I'd like. It means I want. But it sounds more, it sounds more polite. It means I want. But it sounds more polite. And we often meet this structure. For example, I'd like a cup of tea. It means I would like a cup of tea. But native speakers often mostly say I'd like. Okay, I'd like a cup of coffee. I'd like to do it. I'd like to order it. Or for example, I'd like to thank you. I'd like to thank you. I'd like to thank you. Okay, no problem. Okay, so what is next? So we can use it in questions and we ask, would you like something? Would you like something? So the structure is the following. The structure is the following. Okay? The structure is the following. It means that we have the following structure. Would you like something? We have it in questions. Or would you like? If there is a verb, you ask, would you like to do something? Would you like to do something? Okay? For example, would you like it? Would you like it? Would you like it? Would you like a cup of tea? Would you like a cup of coffee? Or would you like to order it? Would you like to order it? For example, you want to buy a dress and first, I think that you need to try it on. Would you like to try it on? Would you like to try it on? A shop assistant can ask you, would you like to try it on? Would you like to try it on? Okay? Next. So, I have. So, you know that we often hear it. For example, I have a big house. I have a big house. And we use, when do we use I have? I have, we have, you have, they have. So you can say I have a big house, we have a big house, you have a big house, they have a big house. Okay, we have other examples. I have a family, I have a car. But if, he, she, it, if we have he, she, it, we say has. He has, she has, it has. For example, he has a brother. She has lots of friends. Okay, next. Do it. It's imperative form. It's imperative form. So do it. Listen to me. Come to me. Call her. So you put a verb at the beginning of the sentence. You put a verb at the beginning. You put a verb at the beginning of the sentence. You put a verb at the beginning of the sentence. So do it, listen to me, come to me, call her. So if you want to say a negative form, so if you want or if you need a negative form, you start with don't. You start with don't. So you must remember it. Don't plus verb. Don't plus verb. Don't plus verb. For example, don't do it. Go there. Don't go there. So go there. So you put a verb. If you need an imperative form, if you want, a negative, if you want to say it, in a negative way, you use don't. Don't go there. Don't do it. Okay? So next, let's. We say let's plus verb. Let's plus verb. For example, let's do it. Let's do it. So you offer to do it. You offer to do it. You offer to do it. So you offer to do it. You think it's a good idea. You think it's a good idea. You think it's a good idea. You offer to do it. You think it's a good idea. Yeah, you think it's a good idea. For example, let's do it, let's go there. So let's learn English on this channel. Let's learn English. Let's learn English on this channel. Let's learn English on this channel. Let's learn English very intensively. I think it's a good idea. I think it's a good idea. Okay, next, let's do something. Okay, so let's do it. Well, so to, you know, many students have this question: when do we use to? We often use it with the verb go. Go to some place. Go to some place. Yes, go to some place. It can be go to the cinema, go to school, go to work. So really, you see, I went to the cinema, I went to school, I went to work. You just need to remember these phrases. Yeah, but you know that we often use to between two verbs. So we often use to between two verbs. Between two verbs. You know, like here. Like here. So you see, I do it. Yeah, let's, you know, just, it's we have three citations. So for example, I want to do it. 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 He told me. He told me. He told me to go there. He told me to go there. Two verbs. He told me to go there. And you know that we have one more situation. We have one more situation. It's the third situation. For example, I do it to improve my English. So we can't say it without to. We can't say it without to. To improve my English. So, you know, it's very important. I do it to make my English better. So we call it infinitive. 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 It's a very important thing. Yeah, here, you know, we have it. We have an infinitive to. Yeah, we have an infinitive here too, but there are two verbs. Here there is just one verb, but it's an infinitive, and so with an infinitive we use it with an infinitive. I do it to improve my English. I do it to make my English. I do it to make my English better. Okay, next. So don't and doesn't. You know that there is one tense, present simple, it's the main tense. So if we want to form a statement, if we want to form a statement, we say subject, subject plus verb. For example, I, it's a subject and verb like, I like it, I like it. So, you know that if there is a negative form, you use don't or doesn't. If there is a negative form, you need don't or doesn't. You need don't or doesn't. Okay, so when do we use don't? With I, we, you, they. For example, I don't like it. We don't like it. You don't like it. They don't like it. We don't go there. You don't know it. They don't understand us. With he, you know that if we have he, she, it, we use doesn't. So you need to remember it. So he doesn't work there. She doesn't love him. It doesn't happen. Okay, do, does. We use it in questions. We use do with we, you, they, I. For example, do we work hard? Do you work hard? Do they work hard? Do I work hard? So we have other examples. Do we speak English well? Do you know the answer? Do they live there? Do I study well? If we have he, she, it, we use does in questions. Does he work hard? Does she work hard? Does it work hard? Does he agree with you? Does she like him? Does it work? Okay? Next. Sometimes you can meet am, is, or are. So if there is a rule, if there is no verb, and if there is no verb, so what is a verb like do, make, have, and so on, etc. and so on, you need to use the form of to be. You need to use the form of the verb. You need to use the form of the verb to be. The form of the verb to be. Am. We say I am. So you need to remember this form. I am. I am happy. I am here. I am at home. We can also use a short form. We can also use a short. We can also use a short form. I'm. It's a short form. I'm an English teacher. I'm in America now. Okay. If you have he, she, it, you use is. For example, he is at home, she is at home, it is at home. So we don't have a verb. We don't have a verb in these sentences. So it's present simple. It's present simple, and you don't have a verb, and you don't have a verb. It's present simple and you don't have a verb. So you see, we don't see a verb. He is at home, and you need to use is, because he is at home. He is very clever, or you can use a short form. He is very clever. She is very beautiful, or she is very beautiful. It is interesting, or it's interesting. Okay? So next, are. So we have the same situation with are. We have the same situation. We have the same situation here. You need to remember that we use are with we, you, they. Look, we are at work. You are at work. They are at work. We are happy. Or you know that we can use a short form. We are happy. You are very talented. You are very talented. They are in the park. They are in the park. Next, how to form a negative form. Yeah, how to form a negative form. Really, how to form a negative form. So it's simple. Am not or am not. Look, I am not. So it's a full form. Or you can use a short form. I'm not. It's a short form. Okay, so I am at home. So it's a statement, it's a statement, it's a statement, it's a statement, okay? And we see a negative form. I am not at home. You add at. Really, you say not after am plus not. Or you can meet a short form. I'm not at home. I'm not at work. I'm not with her now. Okay? Okay, if we have are, so very good. Not, yeah, it's here. Is. So the same thing. Is not. Please remember that we use is not or isn't after he, she, it. Look, he is not at work. She is not at work. It is not at work. He isn't happy. She isn't successful. It isn't boring. It isn't boring. Okay, so and are not and aren't. So it's a negative form. We use are not or aren't after we, you, they. So we are not in the park. You are not in the park. They are not in the park. Or shortly, we aren't in the park. You aren't in the park. They aren't in the park. More examples. We aren't at school. You aren't lazy. They aren't very clever. They aren't very clever. So how to form a question? How to form a question? Use am in the beginning if you have I. So am I? Am I? Am I? So you put it in the beginning. Am I a good student? Am I a good teacher? Am I the best player? Am I the best player? Okay? So if you have he, she, it, he, she, it, you use is. Is he, is she, is it? Okay, so is he a good student? Is she at home? Is it interesting? If you have we, you, they, you put are in the beginning. You put are in the beginning. Are we happy? Are you at home? Are they in the office? Okay, so we talked about present simple. Let's talk about future simple. Okay? Really, we talked about present simple. We talked about present simple. Let's talk about future simple. Let's talk about future simple. Future simple. We use this tense talking about future. We use this tense talking about future. Talking about future. Okay, so and we use will. We use will. So we use will plus verb. Will plus verb. Will plus verb. For example, I will do it. I will do it. We will call her. Yeah, or we can use a short form. So double L, you see double L plus verb, but we pronounce it another way. So please look, I will do it or I'll do it. So we often hear a short form. We will call her or we'll call her, we'll call her. You will go there, you'll go there. they will help us or they'll help us. So we use will after I, we, you, they, he, she, it. So we always use will. And after he, she, it too. So I like this tense because it's very simple. He will support us or he'll support us. She will marry him or she'll marry him. It will happen or it'll happen. Okay, so this tense is very simple. How to form a negative sentence? So we say will not, it's a full form, or won't if you want to use a short form. For example, I will not go there. So you use it before a verb. So will not plus verb or won't plus verb. I will not go there or I won't go there. I won't go there. He will not study there or he won't study there. She will not go to Spain or she won't go to Spain. So many students have this question. So we don't understand. So what we hear, want or won't? Look, I want to do it. Want plus verb. It means that you will not do it. You will not do it. It's a negative form. If you want to use want, you must use to after want. So you use to between these two verbs. I want to do it. Really, that after, you know that you use to after want, if it's your desire, if it's your wish. If it's a negative sentence, you use want plus verb without to. So that's the difference. Okay, next. Okay, what about the past? What about the past? Really, let's have a look at past simple. Okay? So, what about the past? What about the past? Let's have a look. Let's have a look at past simple. Let's have a look at past simple. Okay? So, you use, if you want to say something in past simple, you use the second form. So it's the second form. So you need to know three forms. For example, do, did, done. Do, did, done. Okay? Make, made, made. Make, made, made. So if you need past simple, you use the second form. So for example, did and made. Okay, so if it's an irregular verb, you need to learn it. Let's write it. So if it's an irregular verb, you need to learn it. If it's an irregular verb, you need to learn it. Okay? Like here, do, did, done, make, made, made. So you need to learn it. So you need to remember it. You need to learn it by heart. By heart, it means you need to remember it. So if it's a regular verb, so it has ed. It has ed in the second and third forms. In the second and third forms. and third forms. So this information is very important, really. This information is very important. Third forms. For example, work. Yes? Work. So this verb is regular. This verb is regular. And you add ed. And you add ed. Yeah, in the second form. So it has ed in the second form. And it has ed in the third form. So look, work, worked, worked. So the most difficult thing is, is irregular verbs. Look, I worked. So it's a regular verb and it has ed, but I went there. So it's the second form. So the verb go, 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 went, gone. So you need to use the second form, I went there. If you want to use a negative form, use didn't plus verb. Didn't plus verb. Look, I didn't work, I didn't go there, and it doesn't matter this verb is regular, and it doesn't matter this verb is regular or irregular. Didn't plus verb. Yeah, it's a rule. I didn't go there. He didn't make a decision yesterday. He didn't make a decision yesterday. Okay, what about questions? So if we look at past simple, we use did in questions and we use it in the beginning. For example, did you go there? Did she come? Did it happen? Did you do it? Did you do it? Next, so maybe you have a question that, okay, so will. So let's talk about future simple. Let's talk about future simple. We studied that we use will or will not. We use will or will not. Or we can also meet short forms, so double L and won't and won't. Sometimes you can meet shall. Shall, so when do we use shall and its negative form, shall not or shan't. Sometimes you can see that we use shall with I and we. Look, I will do it. It's a full form, or I'll do it. Or you can see I shall do it. I shall do it. Okay? Negative form, I shall not do it or I shan't do it. So here is the same. We will do it. It's a full form. Or there is a short form, will do it. But you can sometimes meet it with shall. So, we sometimes meet it, but not often. It is said, people say that it sounds more formal. We shall do it. We shall not do it. We shan't do it. We shan't do it. It's formal. And sometimes we use shall for permission. For permission. For permission. It means can. It means can, but more formal. Shall I do it? Shall I call her? Shall I call her? Shall I do it? Shall I call her? Okay, next, there are. So very good structures. If you want to say that maybe there is a cup on the table, so maybe you can hear it, there is a cup on the table, it means that this cup is on the table. This cup is on the table. This cup is on the table. So just this structure. There is a. If it's one. There is a cup on the table. This cup is on the table. There is a wallet in this room. It means that the wallet is in this room. Or if it's more than one. If it's more than one, if it's more than one, you use there are. You use there are. There are 2 chairs in this room. There are 3 mistakes in his work. There are 3 mistakes in his work. Okay? Good. So it's present simple. It's present simple. You can use the same structure in past simple, and it will be there was and there were. There was and there were. So if it's one, it's there was a strange man. There was a mistake. So if it's more than one, you say there were 3 men. There were too many people. There were too many people. Okay, maybe you want to say it talking about the future. No problem. So you can say it in future simple too, and you'll say there will be my best friend. It means my best friend will be there. My best friend will be there. There will be my teachers. It means my teachers will be there. There will be my classmates. Okay, next. So the next structure, this is and these are. So if you see something and you point at it, so you often use this structure. If you see something and you point at it, you often use this structure. This is. So this is a, or this is an. This is a or this is an. This is a computer. This is an apple. Because this is an apple. If it's more than one, you use these are. These are geese. So it's many, maybe 2, maybe 3, who knows. This is a goose. These are pigs. These are elephants. Okay, so next. You know that there is one very good structure, be going to. We use it talking about the future. We use it talking about the future. We use it talking about our plans. We use it, right? Talking about our plans. For example, I'm going to do it. It means that it's in my plans. It's in my plans. You can also say, I am planning to do it. You just need, to use am, is, or are. So the form of to be, am, is, or are, and then you say going to. You can also use a short form, no problem. If you do it, you'll sound very natural. So it's okay. Going to. So you see, I'm going to do it. It's in my plans, or I'm planning to do it. I'm going to improve my English. Why not? He is going to come to us. So it's in his plans. They're going to visit Italy. Okay. And you can also use the structure in past simple. So was or were plus going to. So you know that you use was after I, he, she, it. And you use were after we, you, they. You use were. Okay, so I was going to call him because we have I was going to call him. It means that it was in his plans. It was in his plans. Or I was planning to do it. I was planning. It was in my plans. Yeah, it was in my plans. Sorry. Or I was planning. Or I was planning to do it. I was planning to do it. We were going to visit her. It was in our plans. And one more example. I was going to find a new job. It was in my plans. Okay, next. So let's talk about if and when. We often use it. So there is one important rule. So if you talk about future, if you talk about future and you use future simple, if you talk about future simple, you must use present simple. You must use present simple after if and when. After if and when. Look, if it happens, I'll do it. So many students want to say if it will happen, but it isn't right. So yes, the second part of the sentence is about future, and this part of the sentence is about future, but you must use present simple after if and when. It's a rule. Please remember it. If it happens, I'll do it. If you help me, I'll be very glad. Okay, next. So when she comes back, we'll start watching that movie. When you decide to do it, please tell me. So the same situation. It's about the future, but you use present simple after if and when. Next, modal verbs. Modal verbs. Modal verbs. Must or mustn't plus verb. You must do it. So we can say do it, or you must do it. So it sounds very strong. It sounds very strong. So you don't use to. You don't use to. Must or mustn't plus verb. You must do it or do it. You must listen to me. You must follow the rules. You mustn't do it. You mustn't leave this place. Okay, can or can't plus verb. I can do it. I can do it. I can do it. It means that it's possible for me to do it. It's possible. It's possible for me. It's possible for me to do it. It's possible for me to do it. Next. I can help you. I can drive a car, or can't plus verb. I can't do it at the moment. I'll do it later. They can't help us. They can't help us. So if you want to ask a question, you start with can. Can you? For example, can you help me? Can you do it for me? Can you go with us? Can he swim? Can he swim? Can she do it? Can she do it? So we always use can. Okay, next. Could and couldn't. So you know the meaning of can. I can do it, and we use it in present simple. It means that it's possible for me to do it. If you want to say it in the past, you use could. I could do it. I could do it. So it's the past form of can. Can for present and could for past. Yeah. For example, I could study English every day, so it's about the past. So it was possible for you, it was possible for you, we couldn't help him. Yeah, but you know that this modal verb, it has the second meaning. Look, I could help you. It means I can help you. It means I can help you, but it sounds more polite. It means I can. It means can, so could means can. But it sounds more polite. But it sounds more polite. But it sounds more polite. Okay? So it's about probability. Say it possibility, it's possible. Look, he could come here. It means, yeah, I could help you. And let's look at these examples. Can you help me? Can you help me? Can you help me? Can you help me? And could you help me? And could you help me? We can add please. Could you help me please? It's a very polite way of asking questions. And he could come here. It means that it's possible for him. Yeah, he could come here. And really the next structure is could you. It's a very polite way of asking something. It's a very polite way. It's a very polite way of asking, you know, of asking something. Can you help me? Or could you help me please? It's really so polite. Could you bring me a glass of juice? And you can also add please. Could you bring me a glass of juice, please? Next, need. So you know that you say need something. For example, I need it. I need your help. I need your help. And if there is a verb, you say need to do. Please remember it. I need to do it. I need to go out. I need this money. I need your help, or maybe I need your advice. I need this result. But if there is a verb, you say need to. I need to do it. I need to, for example, to learn all these grammar structures. I need to learn all these grammar structures. I need to learn all these grammar structures. Okay, so next, should or ought to. Look, compare. You should do it. It means it's a good idea. So it's some advice. I give some advice. It's good for you. You should do it, and you must do it. You know, it can sound a bit rude. It can sound a bit rude. It isn't so polite. It isn't so polite. Okay, so look. You should be in a better shape. Okay, so it means it's a good idea. It's a good idea for you to do some exercises. So it's good for you. You should lose weight. So it's a good idea. I think it's a good idea, and I say so. Or sometimes we can meet ought to. It's more formal. You ought to follow her advice. So you should or ought to. But ought to is more formal. You ought to follow her advice. Okay, so next, may or might. I will do it, so it's future simple. Okay, and you can hear I may do it or I might do it. It means maybe. It means maybe I'll do it. She may come or she might come. Maybe she will come. Maybe she will come. He may agree or he might agree with you, so it's the same thing. Maybe he will agree with you. Okay, so next, be allowed to. So we can use it in present simple. Am, is, are allowed to. Look, he isn't allowed to leave home. It means that other people or someone doesn't let him leave home. Doesn't let him leave home. He can't do it. He can't do it because of someone. He can't do it because he can't do it because of someone. He can't do it because of someone. He can't do it because of someone. Okay, I'm not allowed to play computer games all day. So I can't do it because of someone. And we can use it in the past simple, was, were, and then we, add allowed to. For example, I wasn't allowed to talk to him. It means that I couldn't do it because of someone. Next, comparative form. Comparative forms. Comparative forms. Oh no, it isn't comparative forms, it's I looked at another slide. So have to, don't have to, and doesn't have to. Look, have to means must. Look, I have to get up very early, or I must get up very early. I have to go to work almost every day, or I must go to work every day. But have to, so you need to do it, you need to do it, you need to do it. But maybe you don't want it. But maybe you don't want it. But maybe you don't want it. You can't change it. You can't change it. You can't change it. Look. But maybe you can't change it. Look, I have to get up very early, so you must do it, but maybe you don't want. Maybe you don't want to get up very early, but you must do it because of something or because of something. So I have to go to work almost every day. Maybe you don't want to go to work, but you have no choice. You have no choice and you do it. So use have to. He has to wear school uniform, so maybe he doesn't want it, but he has no choice, he must do it, so he has to wear school uniform. Okay, sometimes we can meet don't have to. Don't have to has another meaning. It has another meaning. I don't have to get up early. It means that I don't need. Don't have to means don't need to. Don't have to means don't need to. Don't need to. Okay, so you see, I don't have to get up early. I start working late. It means that you start working late, and why do you need to get up early? You can sleep more. Okay, let's look at the next example. She doesn't have to work. She is very rich. Really, she's very rich. She has lots of money. Why does she need to work? And you can say she doesn't have to work or she doesn't need to work. She is very rich. Yeah, and next, so comparative forms. Comparative forms. So we often hear more than, or we add er than. Look, this book is more interesting than that one is more interesting. So this book is more interesting than that one. Please remember this structure. More plus adjective. More plus adjective. More plus adjective. And we often use more before long adjective. Before long adjectives. Before long adjectives. Look, The book is more interesting. So interesting is a long adjective. It has more for more than 2 syllables. For more than 2 syllables. For example, long, it's 1 syllable. Long is 1 syllable. It has interesting. It has more than 2 syllables. So more interesting than that one. Look, this video lesson is more informative than that one. So informative is a long adjective and you use more informative than the last one. Okay? Yeah, long is a short adjective and you often use this thing. So adjective plus er, usually it's a short adjectives. Short adjectives. Look, this video is longer. Long plus er. This video is longer than that one. Next, your room is bigger than hers. Your room is bigger than. Your room is bigger than hers. Okay. And superlative form. The most or the and then est. And this is the same thing. So if you have a long adjective, it's the most. So long adjective. So usually we use this rule, long adjective. And if it's a short adjective, use the and est at the end of the sentence. Short adjective. Okay, so look, it's the most beautiful place. It's the most beautiful place. It's the longest river. It's the longest river in the world. It's the longest river in the world. The longest. So look, this adjective is long, so the most beautiful place in the world. This adjective is short, so the longest river in the world. But as you know, there are some exceptions. Yes, exceptions. You must remember, for example, these exceptions: good, better, the best. Some people think that he is the best teacher. Bad, worse, the worst. It was the worst example. Okay, let's look at the next structure. The more. The more you study, the more progress you make. It means if you study more, you make more progress. The more you study, the more progress you make. If you study more, you make more progress. Next, the more you train, the better it is for you. It means if you train more, it's better for you. It's better for you. If you train more, it's better for you. Okay, next. In order to or so that. Look, I study English to understand native speakers. So it means that you can also say it this way. I study English because I want to understand. Because I want to understand native speakers. You can also use in order to. It means to, but it's more formal. Yes, this structure is more formal. I study English in order to understand native speakers. Or you can also use so that. I study English so that native speakers understand me. It also means, so I study English. So what does it mean? I study English. I study English. I study English because I want native speakers, to understand me. Because I want native speakers to understand me. Understand me. Okay, so look. I study English so that native speakers understand me. I study English because I want native speakers to understand me. But you know, when do we use in order to and when do we use so that? In order to. So we use it if there is one subject. One subject. Look, one subject. This information is very important. One subject. It's one subject. I study English in order to understand native speakers. And we use so that if there are two subjects. Look, it's the first subject. I study English so that. This structure, so that, and native speakers, it's the second subject, so that native speakers understand me. So I study English because I want native speakers to understand me. And one more example. So I think that we have space for it. So I study English so that I understand native speakers. But usually, if it's one subject, we use I study English to understand native speakers. Or if there are two subjects, you say so that. I study English so that they understand me. Okay, next. As. This lesson is as interesting as that one. It means that both these lessons, these lessons are very interesting. Are interesting in the same way or at the same level. Interesting in the same way or at the same level. Look, this example is as good as the last one. It means that both these examples are good, and they are equally good. So they are equally interesting. They are equally interesting. They are equally good. It's one level. They have the same level. This example is as good as the last one. As. Okay, next. So and such. It's so interesting. It's like very. It's so interesting. And you know that this structure so plus adjective. Yeah. So plus adjective. You don't have a noun. If you have, it's so interesting. If you have a noun, you use such. If you have a noun, you use such. Look, and the structure is such a or an plus adjective plus noun. Look. Okay, so it's such an interesting book. You have a noun, so such an interesting book. It's so beautiful. You don't have a noun, so beautiful. And you have a noun, place, so it's such a beautiful place. Okay, next, much and many. So he doesn't have much money. He doesn't have much energy. So you use much with uncountable, you can't count it, He doesn't have much energy, he doesn't have much money, but money is uncountable in English. He doesn't have much enthusiasm. Okay? And use many with countable. You can count it. 1, 2, 3, and so on. You can count it. Okay? So look at these examples with look at these examples. So I don't have many English books. I don't have many friends. So we can count it 1, 2, 3 books, 1, 2, 3 friends, and we use many. Okay, a little and a little. Okay, so he has little money. I can speak English a little. It means a bit. So we use little before uncountable. Look, little money, little energy, and we can use a little. It means a bit. I can speak English a bit. We have little free time, so time is uncountable, and you use little free time. We don't have enough free time. It means we don't have enough free time. Okay, next, few and a few. He has few friends. It means not many. So little is with uncountable and few with countable. It means not many. And he has a few friends. So few or a few, it means not many. But you know that when you hear a few, it means some friends, and few friends, it means little. It usually has a negative meaning. Little, not enough. A negative meaning. And he has a few friends, not many but some, but it isn't about a negative meaning, so just some. Okay, next, a lot of and lots of. So you know that we have much and many. Much with uncountable, much water, and many with countable. Many English videos. And you can use a lot of. So much, it's, much water, uncountable, and many with countable. And you can use a lot of or lots of. It's the same, but lots of, it's more informal. You can use it with countable and uncountable. With countable and uncountable, you use a lot of. With countable and uncountable. We have lots of friends, or we have a lot of friends. Okay? So they have lots of energy, or they have a lot of energy. He doesn't have much money. He has lots of money. Or there is a phrase, he has plenty of money. It's another phrase, actually, for saying the same thing. Okay, next, so too much, too many, and enough. He speaks too much. You can say very much, but too much, it has a negative meaning. It has a negative meaning. You can say a lot, but maybe if you say he speaks a lot, you can say he speaks a lot. Maybe it's good, maybe it's bad, but too much, it has a negative meaning. too much and too many, these structures have a negative meaning. He spends too much time on computer games, so it's bad. She makes too many mistakes, it's bad. I have enough free time. I'm very busy. I don't have enough free time. Next, isn't it? We know that we use it at the end of the sentence. We use it at the end of the sentence. It means really. It means really. It means really. Or yes. It means really. Or yes. Yes. Okay, so look. It is interesting, isn't it? Or it is interesting, really? It is interesting, yes? Or it is interesting, isn't it? It is a good video, yes, really? Or isn't it? The lesson is very informative, isn't it? So it is and isn't it? It is and isn't it? The lesson, it means it. So you also ask, isn't it? Isn't it? Okay, feel like. Feel like means want. Remember this phrase, feel like doing something. Feel like doing something means want to do something. Want to do something. I feel like going to the party. I want to go to the party. I feel like drinking a cup of coffee. I want to drink a cup of coffee. Next, let's talk about present continuous. Present continuous. We use it for things which are happening now. We use it for things which are happening now. Which are happening now. And you have to look at the structure. Is, are, or am plus doing. He, she, it is. We, you, they are. And I am. Look, I am recording this video now. It is happening now. So you can say it with now or without now. If you don't say now, it's clear that it's happening now. It's clear too, because it's present continuous. It's for things which are happening now. I'm recording this video now. Look, we are watching this video. We are watch plus ing. You are making progress. You are make plus ing. You are making progress. They are listening to me. They are verb plus ing. He is working now. She is walking in the park. It is happening now. It is happening now. Okay, next. Have, has, done. So we use it for present perfect. So there are some time markers which you need to remember. There are some time markers which you need to remember. There are some time markers which you need to remember. And we use present perfect with these markers. We use present perfect with these markers, or with these time expressions. Okay? With these time markers or these time expressions. For example, just, already, yet, and ever. And the structure of present perfect have, has, plus done. I have just done it. It means not a long time ago. Not a long time ago. Not a long time ago. I have just done it. Okay, I have already seen it. It means that I saw it earlier. I saw it earlier. She hasn't come back yet. She hasn't come back yet. We put it at the beginning of the sentence. She hasn't come back yet. And ever, we use it in questions. Have you ever been there? Have you ever been there? Okay, next, past continuous. Was, were plus verb plus ing. Was, were doing. We often use it in this situation. For example, when I came home, she was watching that movie. So when I came home, so it's a short action, and she was watching that movie. It's a long action. So she was watching that movie. It's a long action, and then suddenly I came home. So it's a short and long. So we use it for long actions. One more example. When he called me, I was driving a car. So I was driving. It's a long action, and then suddenly he called me. When he called me, I was driving a car. Was plus verb plus ing, was driving a car. Okay, next, had done. We use it for past perfect. So it's the time before past simple. Look, he said, and we form it this way: had plus done, or been is the third form of past participle. Had. You know that we call past participle. We call it past participle. He said that he had already done it, but he first he did it, and then he said it, So the second action happened earlier. The second action happened earlier. The second action, you see that the second action happened earlier. Yes? He said that he had already done it. So first he did, and then he said. Okay? Next, when she came home, I had already done my homework. So I did my homework, and then she came home. Okay, what is next? Have or has been doing is present perfect continuous. So something started in the past and it's still happening. Something started in the past and it's still happening, and it's still happening. We usually have time markers for or since. Look, I have been learning English for 5 years. It means I started learning English 5 years ago and I'm still learning it. I haven't finished doing it yet. Many students say I learned English for 5 years, but it isn't right, it isn't correct. Because this action, it started 5 years ago and it's still happening. You need to use present perfect continuous, so it's wrong. You need to use present perfect continuous here. I have been learning English for 5 years. Okay, so what is next? Yeah, it's past perfect continuous, had been doing. Look, let's look at the situation. When she came home, I had been doing my homework for 2 hours. Had been doing. It means, so I started doing my homework earlier. I started doing my homework earlier, and I was still doing it. When she came. And I was still doing it, when she came. So if it's like past perfect, but there is for. There is duration for 2 hours. It's very important. It's like past perfect, but there is for 2 hours. So I started doing my homework earlier and I was still doing it when she came. Yeah, it's like past perfect, but there is for. Okay, so when she called me, I had been driving a car for 3 hours. So I started driving a car earlier, and then I was driving and he called me. Okay, next, if it's unreal for present, the first conditional. So we are talking about the future. So we talked about it that we use, if we have if and when, we use present simple. Look, if they help me, I'll be very glad. So you talk about the future, yeah, but you use present simple because it's a rule. If plus present simple, if or when plus present simple. Yeah, if plus present simple, and then you use future simple in the second part or in the second clause. Okay, what is second conditional? What is second conditional? So we're talking about the present, but it's imaginary present, something unreal. So the structure is the following. Look, the structure is the following. If plus past simple and then would or could, and then would or could. For example, okay, let's look at some examples. It's very important to look at different examples. If I had $10 million, it means that I don't have $10 million. So I have less money. I don't have $10 million, but it's in my imagination. If I had, so you see, if plus past simple, if I had $10 million, I would give it to my present, to my parents. I would give it to my parents. Would plus verb, I would give it to my parents. Okay, so next. The structure if I were you, it's also the second conditional. It means if I were in your place. If I were in your place. If I were in your place. We often use it when we want to give some advice. We want to give some advice. We want to give some advice. For example, if I were you, I would do the same. Yes, and one more important thing, that we use were in the second conditional, not was. So we can use was, but it sounds more formal. So if I were you, it's okay. So if I were you, I would do the same. If I were you, I would think about recording new video courses. Okay, next. If unreal for past, it's the third conditional. The third conditional. It's unreal, but in the past. We use this structure. If plus past perfect. So what is past perfect? It had plus past participle. Had plus past participle. Okay? So if plus had plus past participle. Plus past participle, and then you use would have plus past participle. Would have, okay, would have plus past participle. For example, if I had done it at that moment, but it's in my imagination, I didn't do it in reality. If I had done it at the moment, then you use would have, I would have, and past participle, I would have earned lots of money. But in fact, I didn't earn this money because I didn't do it. Yeah. And one more example. You see, if I had taken that exam, I would have failed it. I had taken had plus past participle and would have plus past participle. But in fact, I didn't take that exam, and I didn't fail it. Okay, next, mixed conditional. If mixed conditional. Look at this situation. If I had studied English at school or university, so it's unreal about the past. It's unreal about the past. Yes, conditional 3. I would know it very well, and it is unreal about the present. Unreal about the past, had plus past participle, And unreal about the present in the second conditional, it's would plus verb. I would know it very well. So very interesting structure. Next, wish. It's, we often call it the second conditional to, the second conditional. So I wish for present. I wish plus past simple. For example, I wish I had $10 million, but in fact, it's in my imagination. I don't have this money. I wish I lived in America, but I don't live in America. I live in another country. So I wish I lived in America. Or maybe someone can say, I wish I knew English perfectly. I wish I knew English. I wish I knew English perfectly. But it's difficult. It's really difficult. Just a wish. Okay? And it can be the same in the past. So I wish. And when we talk about the past, we use past perfect. It's the third conditional. It's the third conditional. Look, I wish I hadn't failed the exam. It's just my wish, but I failed it. I wish I had found your channel much earlier, but I didn't find it. So it's my wish. Okay, next, if only. So it's only. We often refer it to the second conditional, conditional, this structure, if only. It means I wish. It means I wish. But you wish it very strongly. 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 Look, if only I knew the right answer. If only and past simple, if it's unreal, in the present. If only I knew the right answer, or I wish I knew the right answer. I wish I knew the right answer. But this structure, if only, it sounds stronger. So, if only I knew the right answer, or I wish I knew the right answer. If only I were a millionaire, it means I wish I were a millionaire, but this wish is very strong. This wish is very strong. And if you want to use the structure, talking about the past, we call it conditional free. So we refer it to the third conditional. So you need to use if only plus past perfect. And what is past perfect? What is past perfect? It had plus past participle or the third form. Look, if only I had passed that test, it means that, in fact, it's just in your imagination, in my imagination. I didn't pass it, but it's my wish. It's a very strong wish. I can also say, I wish I had passed. I wish I had passed that test. This structure is very similar, but this structure is stronger. Okay, so if only I had found your channel much earlier. The same you can say I wish I had found your channel much earlier. Okay, it's a very interesting structure. Next, used to do. Look, I used to go jogging almost every day. So we use it for something which you did it in the past. You did it, so it was in the past. It was in the past, but it isn't now. It isn't now. It isn't now. It was in the past, but it isn't now. So I used to go jogging almost every day. It means that I went jogging almost every day. I went jogging almost every day, but I'm not doing it. But I'm not doing it now. But I'm not doing it now. Okay, so I used to learn Chinese, really? I used to learn Chinese. I learned Chinese earlier. I learned Chinese earlier, but I'm not doing it now. But I'm not doing it now. But I'm not doing it now. Yes, that's true. Yeah, I teach you here on YouTube, so it takes time, you understand. Okay, be or get used to doing. Okay, look at the structures. I'm used to doing it, or I got used to do it, or you know that it means that it's okay for you. It's okay. It's okay for you. It's okay. It's okay for you. And it became normal after some time. It became normal. It became normal. It became normal after some time. It became normal after some time. Okay? Okay, so more examples. I'm used to teaching English on YouTube, so maybe it was difficult for me in the beginning, but then it was okay. I really think that's a great idea. Next, I got used to teaching English very intensely, so it was okay for me. It was okay for me after some time. Next, if and whether we use it in reported or indirect speech. Look, is it all right for you? So yes or no, we can say yes, no. So if the answer is yes or no, so when we want to say it in reported speech, she asked me, we need to say if or whether. Yeah, she asked me if it was all right for me, or whether it was all right for me or not. She asked whether, or she asked me whether it was all right for me or not. Yeah, so two variants. The first variant, she asked me if it was all right for me, and the second variant is whether. But you know that we often use whether with or not. She asked me whether it was all right for me or not. Okay, the weather is fine, really, the weather is fine. Okay, next. So, let somebody do something. I didn't let him go out. I didn't let him go out. It means I told him not to go out. I told him not to go out. I didn't let him go out, so we don't use to. My parents didn't let me play computer games. They told me not to play computer games. Next, make somebody do something. They made me study very hard. They made me study very hard. It means that I studied very hard. I studied very hard because of them. I studied very hard because of them. I'll make you learn English. So you learn English, you learn English, you learn English, you learn English because of me, and I'll try to do it. And I'll try to do it. So, and I studied very hard because of them, so they tried to do it. Okay? Next. The next structure is to be made to do something. Yes, so in this structure, you have to use to. Look, I was made to learn that text by heart. So someone told me, or someone forced me to do it. Someone forced me to do it. So in this structure, don't forget to use to. I was made to learn that text by heart. He was made to do his homework. So someone told him to do it, so someone forced him to do it. Next, must have. So you know the verb must, you must have a high English level. Talking about the past, you say he must have made a mistake. It means maybe he made a mistake. Maybe he made a mistake. You must have said it correctly. It means maybe you said it correctly. Okay, I must do it and I had to do it. So must for the past, it's had to. I had to do it. I had to do it. But if you want to say, if you want, actually to talk about the meaning, maybe use must have. It has another meaning. It means maybe. So, not maybe. Maybe. Look, he must have made a mistake. So I think, it means that I think, or like I'm sure. I think. I'm sure. He made a mistake. So I'm almost sure. I'm almost sure he made a mistake. You must have said it correctly. So I think you said it correctly, or I'm almost sure you said it correctly. Yes. So it's another meaning. It's about probability. It's about probability. And then I must do it and I had to do it. So the past form of must, had to. But if you are talking about probability, you say must have plus past participle. Must have plus past participle. Okay? Next. So the same thing, should have. Should have for the past. You should have done it yesterday. So should in the past, should have done. You should have done it yesterday. It's should for the past. For the past. You should have plus past participle. Should have plus past participle. Plus past participle. Okay, you should have followed my advice. So really, it was a good idea for you to do it. Ought to have, the same thing. Ought to have plus past participle. You ought to have found another job. You ought to have done everything perfectly. And may or might have in the past. He may have come late. She might have gone there. She might have gone there. Next, would have, the same thing. I would have done it earlier. It means I would have done it, or I could. Yes, I could have done it earlier. I would have listened to him. Okay? Next, as well as. I want to know English as well as you. It means like you. It means like you. I want to know English like you. I want to speak Spanish as well as him. It means that I want to speak Spanish like him. So he knows Spanish well, and I also want to know Spanish well. So he knows Spanish well, and I also want to know Spanish well, and I also want to know Spanish well. Okay, next. Both Kate and Nick like this game. So two people. So they both like this game. Two people or two things. I like both meat and fish. I like both meat and fish. Okay. Next, either or, neither nor, or either or, neither nor. It means or. So there is a choice. Either he or she will do it. One of them, it means one of them will do it. One of them will do it. Neither he nor she will not do it. It means, so he will not do it. He will not do it. He will not do it. And she will not do it. Okay? Alright, so next, let's look at passive voice. Okay, passive voice and present simple passive. So look, the formation is the following. Be done, it means am is the form to be, am is are, plus done or plus past participle, it's the first form, plus past participle. Look, it is made in China. It is made in China. It is produced in Italy. So we use it if things are done by someone. Look, it is made in China. It is made in China by someone or by some factory maybe. It is produced in Italy by some people, by someone. So, and in this case we use passive voice, the structure. It is made in China, it is produced in Italy. Is plus past participle, it is made. Is plus past participle, it is produced. Okay, so we can use it for past simple. So past simple passive was, were, plus done, plus past participle can be done, seen, made, produced. For example, it was made in China. It was produced in Italy. It was produced in Italy. Okay, next, future simple passive. Future simple passive. Future simple passive will be done. It will be made in China, will be plus past participle. It will be made in China, it will be produced in Italy. Okay, present continuous passive. Present continuous passive. Present continuous. Okay, present continuous passive. Present continuous passive. Continuous. Present continuous passive. Present continuous passive is am, are, plus been, plus done, or plus past participle. It is been made in China now. So if it's happening now, and if it's been done by someone, you use the form to be, is, plus, continuous. Okay? Look, is, been, past participle. It has been made in China. It has been made in China now. It is being produced. It has been produced. It has been produced in Italy now. You know that we talked about present continuous, as you remember. I hope that you remember that we talked about different tenses. We talked about different tenses, and we also talked about present continuous. I think that it's a good idea for you, to watch this course several times. It's very good for revision, so I think that it's okay that I'm talking to you while I'm looking for this slide, because really there are so many slides and it's sometimes difficult to find it. Okay, but let me go on. So I think it's okay. So, and I think it's a good idea for you to revise it, to watch this video course several times. So if it's also a good idea, for you to take some notes. And if you support this idea, we can make more videos about grammar, on grammar, and we can also make a playlist on grammar. So just let me know, and we can do it. And I also think that we need to include some exercise in these videos and do them together. So you can do it first by yourself, and then we can check it. Okay, you know that there are so many slides, and actually I didn't find it what I was looking for, but it's okay. It's okay. So we can go on. So it has been produced in Italy now. Okay, next. So past perfect Oh no, past continuous, past continuous, past continuous passive, past continuous passive. The same structure. Was, were, been, done. It was being made in China. Was, been, plus past participle. It was being made in China. It's a long process. Yeah, we use past continuous for a long process. It was being produced in Italy. And then let's look at one situation, because I think it's a good idea to learn English grammar in context. But you know, don't think that it's only English grammar. So you can also use all the structures in speaking, in conversation, so it's okay. So when I came to the meeting, those problems were being discussed. So look, there are two actions. So one action is long, so they were discussing, and then suddenly I came. But it can be said in passive voice. Those problems were being discussed. The problems were being discussed by someone. They were being discussed, and someone came. So this action interrupted the second one. Okay, you can also use, you know, present perfect passive, have or has been done, and keep in mind, please, some time markers such as already, just. We use present perfect if you have them. So they have already been punished. They have been punished, and already we put it in the middle. They have already been punished. Yeah, yes, it's have been done, or we can use has for he, she, it. This problem hasn't been solved yet. Okay, hasn't been and past participle, hasn't been solved yet. We put yet at the end of the sentence. What about had been done? It's passive voice, but it's past perfect passive. This action happened before another action. You remember? I hope so. He said that the problem had already been solved. So first, someone solved the problem, and then he said it. So there are two actions. So we see the past in the first part or in the first clause, and they see the past in the second clause. But the second action, it happened earlier. Okay, very good. Okay, and let's go on. Be able. Be able, it's another way of saying can. So you can say he can help us, or he is able to help us. You need to use the form to be, am, is, or are, plus able to do something. But we mostly use and we mostly meet can. But if you meet, able, just I think that you know it. He is able to help us. They can do it. It means they are able to do it. So sometimes you can meet it, but we mostly meet can. Okay, we can also say it in past simple, and you know that we often use this structure in past simple, was or were able. So you can say I could help them, or I was able to help them. So when do we use could do something, and when do we use was able to do something? You know that if it's once, we often use was able. If it was once, or if it was one time, we often use this structure. I mean, structure was or were able. So I could help them, and I was able to help them. So it's one time. So that's the difference. So people say so. Okay, next, and it's possible to say it in the future, because you know that can is for present. But can in the future, it will be able. Can in the future, it will be able. Look, I'll be able to help you. Don't worry. Will be able, or we can use a short form. I'll be able to double our sales. to double. So they'll be twice bigger, two times bigger. Okay, next, before and after. So we talked about one thing, that if you have if, when, you use present simple, but there is a longer list of these verbs. So before and after. So after these words you use present simple. Use present simple, but you talk about the future. So you talk about the future, but you use present simple. Look, I'll do it before he leaves home. So we talk about the future, but we use present simple. Why? Because there is this rule that we use present simple after if, when, before, and after. I'll do it after she comes back, or after she returns. And please don't forget to use as. I know that students often forget about it. Next, there are other words, as soon as, and in case, Look, as soon as and in case, we also use present simple after them when we talk about the future. Look, as soon as she arrives, the meeting will begin. As soon as she arrives, the meeting will begin. In case he refuses to help us, we'll try to do something about it. So in case means if. If he refuses to help us, we'll try to do something about it. And as soon as she arrives means when. When she arrives, the meeting will begin immediately. The meeting will begin immediately. Okay, the next structure, look forward to. It means to wait for something or someone with impatience. To wait for something or someone with impatience. You really want to happen it. You really want to happen it. You really want to happen it. Okay? So, you see, look forward to something, or look forward to doing something. It's a very important thing. Look forward to doing. Look forward to doing something. Look forward to doing something. Look forward to doing something. Very important. It's a very important structure. So wait for something, someone with impatience, so you really want to happen it. Look, I look forward to your comments and likes. Really, thanks a lot for your comments. Thanks a lot for your likes. I look forward to your huge support. I really wait for it. I really need it. I look forward to your reply. So we can meet this phrase, in different letters at the end of the letter, at the end of, the messages, but usually we meet it in letters. I look forward to your reply. I look forward to going on holiday. You see, look forward to doing something. Verb plus ing. I look forward to going on holiday. It means that I really want to go on holiday. I really want it to happen. Okay, so what is next? Would rather. It means, look, or we can use a short form, I'd rather do it later. I'd rather do it later. It means that I prefer to do it later. I prefer to do it later. I prefer to do it later. I prefer to do it later, or I wanted to do it later. I prefer, or I want to do it later. You know that there are different structures, and you need to know what this structure means. Okay, so I'd rather do it later. I prefer to do it later. I want to do it later. You'd rather stay at home. It means that I think it's a good idea for you to stay at home. I think it's a good idea for you. It's a good idea for you to stay at home. I give some advice. I give some advice. Alright, so next, would sooner. It's also about things which you prefer to do. I would sooner do another thing. It's again, I prefer to do another thing. I want to do another thing. So, and I want to do it soon. I would sooner help her as soon as possible. It's urgent. So you really wanted, you wanted to do it first. Okay? Next, had better. It's the same thing, prefer. It's about giving some advice. Giving some advice. Or giving some advice. So I can say you should listen to me. Or I can also say I think it's a good idea for you to listen to me. I think it's a good idea. It's a good idea for you. I think it's a good idea for you to listen to me. I can also say listen to me. Okay? Listen to me, or you must listen to me. But these sentences, it's it can sound rude. It can sound rude and impolite. It can sound rude and impolite. We often meet these structures, should, and I think it's a good idea for you to listen to me. But you'd better, it's also a good structure. So it's polite, it's given some advice, it's polite. So you'd better listen to me. Must can sound rude, and this comment can sound rude. But, it's some advice. You'd better look for another job. So I think it's better for you. It's better for you to do it. Okay, so next. Would prefer. We often hear a short form, I'd prefer to drink a cup of green tea. It means that I prefer, but it's a polite way. I'd prefer to study with you. Means I prefer to study with you, but it sounds polite. Okay, next. This structure is difficult. Hardly had, when, no sooner than. Look, hardly had, I come home, so you need to use, look, hardly had, and then you use past participle. Or the third form, so you look, hardly had I, then past participle, hardly had I come home when they greeted me. It means that I came home and then they greeted me immediately. I came home and they greeted me immediately. It's about immediate actions. Look, no sooner, the same thing. No sooner had plus past participle but we need to use then. So we use when with hardly had, and we use then with no sooner. Look, no sooner had plus past participle, no sooner had I come home then they greeted me. It's the same meaning. I came home and then they greeted me immediately. Okay, next. Don't you, don't we, don't you, don't they, don't I. So it's a negative form of present simple. So present simple questions, about present simple questions, negative form. Negative form. So we start with don't, with you, we, you, they, I. Don't you understand? Don't you know how to say it? Don't you know how to translate it? So it can be with doesn't if you have he, she, it. Doesn't he, doesn't she, doesn't it? Doesn't she live in Moscow? Doesn't he work with you? Doesn't he work with you? Next. If you have the verb to be, you use, if you have the verb to be, or if there is no verb in the sentence, I think that you remember it. If there is no verb, in the sentence, you in present simple, you use the form of the verb to be. You use the form of the verb to be. Use the form of the verb to be. Yeah? Aren't you, aren't we, aren't they? Aren't you happy? Aren't we the best friends? Aren't they with us? And isn't he, isn't she, isn't it? Isn't he at home? Isn't she at work? Isn't it interesting? And am I not or aren't I? Yeah, am I not and aren't I is a short form. Am I not the best student or aren't I? Aren't I the best student? Aren't I the best student? Okay, let's talk about future simple and a negative form in questions. So we asked, want you, want he, want she, want you come, want you help us, want you go to England. So it can be in present perfect, haven't you or hasn't he. Then you use past participle. And then you use past participle and use past participle. Haven't you done it yet? Haven't you done it yet? Haven't you finished your homework yet? Okay. Next, how about and what about? We often use it in spoken English when really we speak English in daily English conversations. How about and what about? How about and what about something? Or if you use a verb, if you use a verb, or if there is a verb in a sentence, so you say how about or what about, how about or what about doing something, So you need to use ing after a verb. Look, how about going to the cinema, or what about going to the cinema? So this question sounds natural, so you suggest that you go, to the cinema. Okay, you suggest going, you suggest doing it, or you suggest going to the cinema. Or for example, what about going to the party? I'm sure it will be fantastic. Okay, next. As for me, I like English. As for me, so talking about yourself. So when you talk about yourself, and you want talking about yourself, and you want to emphasize it. You want to emphasize it. Okay, so as for me, I like English. Yeah, you can say I like English, it's okay, but if you want to emphasize it, you can say as for me, I like English. So it's your opinion, it's your idea, it's your experience. As for me, I'm fond of sport. As for me, I like learning foreign languages. Okay? Okay, so you can say as for me, or there is a similar structure as far as I'm concerned. It means as for me, as for me. As far as I'm concerned, I think the same. As far as I'm concerned, I share your point of view. I've heard this structure many times. Next, as far as something is concerned. So you can say as for me, as for him, as for them, or you can say, for example, as far as something is concerned. So as far as this offer is concerned, I think it's very interesting. Or as for this offer, as for this offer, as for something, it means as for something or someone. So as far as this offer is concerned, I think it's very interesting. Okay, so as far as this video is concerned, I think it's really a very good video. It's really a very good video. Next, future continuous, will be doing. So it's a long action in the future. Long action in the future, in the future. We often use it in this context. I will be waiting for you. It means that really, I'll be waiting for you. It's very important for me. So, I'll be waiting for you. I'll be waiting for your reply. We often use it in this context. I'll be waiting for you. I'll be waiting for your reply. So, when you say goodbye to someone, you can say that we'll be waiting for you. We'll be waiting for you. We'll be waiting for your answer. We'll be waiting for your reply. Next, future perfect. Will have, done. So what's the difference between future simple and future perfect? So the difference is very small. So if you see by, or if you want to use by some time in the future, by some time in the future, you use future simple. Will have, use future perfect, will have plus done, will have plus past participle, will have done. Look, compare. I will finish this project next year. I will finish this project. I will finish this project next year, and I will have finished this project by next year. You see by, so you use will have plus past participle, will have finished. I will have finished this project by next year. Okay, so next, will have been doing something. It's the same thing. The difference between future simple, future perfect, and future continuous isn't big. It's easy to understand. So in most cases we use future simple. We use future perfect and future perfect continuous quite rarely, so it means not often. So future perfect, use future perfect if you have by some time in the future, and future perfect continuous by some time in the future and for some period of time. So two things. Look, I will have been working on this project for 2 years by next year. So by next year, this is an element of future perfect, and for, so for and by, these are elements of future perfect continuous. Future perfect continuous. Well done. Next, be2. Be2, it's a modal verb, so many people think that it's a modal verb, right? And you see that, let's look at the sentence. The president was to arrive there. It means that was going to arrive, or had to arrive. It had to arrive. So it means must or have to, but it's formal. So the president was going to arrive there. The president had to arrive there, but it's formal. But it's formal. It sounds formal. Okay? It was to take place at that time. It means it's formal. It was going to take place, or it had to take place. But most people think that it's have to. It means have to or must, but formal. So have to or must, but formal. Have to or must, but formal. Okay, so we can see be about or just about. It's we use it about things which are going to happen, soon. We use it about things. Which are going to happen soon. He's about to come. It means he'll come soon. He's just about to come. So it's the same thing, but it's stronger. It's the same thing, but it's stronger. Okay, he's just about to come. It's stronger. He was just about to visit them. It means that he was going to visit them quite soon. Okay, next, doing something. So many people use this structure because we often meet it. So doing this homework, I can't say that I feel tired. It means that I do this homework, or when I do this homework, and I can't say that I feel tired. So it's just one structure. Doing this homework, for example, learning English with you, I feel great progress. Or I can say it another way, I learn English with you and I feel great progress. Okay, good. Or it can be in the past, having done something. So having drunk a cup of tea, I went out. It means that I drank a cup of tea, and then I went out. So I drank a cup of tea and then I went out. Having drunk a cup of tea, I went out. Okay, so next, may or might. I will do it, so it's future simple. Okay, and you can hear I may do it or I might do it. It means maybe. It means maybe I'll do it. She may come or she might come. Maybe she will come. He may agree or he might agree with you. So it's the same thing. Maybe he will agree with you. Okay, so next, be allowed to. So we can use it in present simple. Am, is, are allowed to. Look, he isn't allowed to leave home. It means that other people or someone doesn't let him leave home. He can't do it. Because of someone. He can't do it because of someone. Okay, I'm not allowed to play computer games all day. So I can't do it because of someone. And we can use it in the past simple, was, were, and then we, add allowed to. For example, I wasn't allowed to talk to him. It means that I couldn't do it because of someone. Next, comparative form. Comparative forms. Comparative. comparative forms. Oh no, it isn't comparative forms, it's I looked at another slide. So have to, don't have to, and doesn't have to. Look, have to means must. Look, I have to get up very early, or I must get up very early. I have to go to work almost every day, or I must go to work every day. But have to, so you need to do it, you need to do it, you need to do it. But maybe you don't want it. But maybe you don't want it. But maybe you don't want it. You can't change it. You can't change it. You can't change it. Look. But maybe you can't change it. Look, I have to get up very early. So you must do it, but maybe you don't want. Maybe you don't want to get up very early, but you must do it because of something or because of something. So I have to go to work almost every day. Maybe you don't want to go to work, but you have no choice. You have no choice and you do it. So use have to. He has to wear school uniform. So, maybe he doesn't want it, but he has no choice. He must do it. So he has to wear school uniform. Okay, sometimes we can meet don't have to. Don't have to has another meaning. It has another meaning. I don't have to get up early. It means that I don't need. Don't have to means don't need to. Don't have to means don't need to. Don't need to. Okay, so you see, I don't have to get up early. I start working late. It means that you start working late, and why do you need to get up early? You can sleep more. Okay, let's look at the next example. She doesn't have to work. She is very rich. Really, she's very rich. She has lots of money. Why does she need to work? And you can say she doesn't have to work or she doesn't need to work. She is very rich. Yeah, and next, yeah. So comparative forms. Comparative forms. So we often hear more than, or we add er than. Look, this book is more interesting than that one. Is more interesting. So this book is more interesting than that one. Please remember this structure. More plus adjective. More plus adjective. More plus adjective. And we often use it, we often use more before long adjective. Before long adjectives. Before long adjectives. Look, the book is more interesting. So interesting is a long adjective. It has more for more than 2 syllables. For more than 2 syllables. For example, long, it's 1 syllable. Long is 1 syllable. It has interesting. It has more than 2 syllables. So more interesting than that one. Look. This video lesson is more informative than that one. So informative is a long adjective and you use more informative than the last one. Okay? Yeah, long is a short adjective and you often use this thing. So adjective plus er, usually it's a short adjectives. Short adjectives. Look, this video is longer. Long plus er. This video is longer than that one. Next, your room is bigger than hers. Your room is bigger than. Your room is bigger than hers. Okay. And superlative form. Superlative form. The most or the and then est, and they say it's the same thing. So if you have a long adjective, it's the most, so long adjective. So usually we use this rule, long adjective. And if it's a short adjective, use the and est at the end of the sentence, short adjective. Okay, so look, it's the most beautiful place. It's the most beautiful place. It's the longest river. It's the longest river in the world. It's the longest river in the world. The longest. So look, this adjective is long, so the most beautiful place in the world. This adjective is short, so the longest river in the world. But as you know, there are some exceptions. Yes, exceptions. You must remember, for example, these exceptions: good, better, the best. Some people think that he is the best teacher. Bad, worse, the worst. It was the worst example. It was the worst example. Okay, so the next structure. Do you mind? So, do you mind if I close the window? It means is it okay? Is it okay? Do you mind? Or is it okay? Is it alright? Is it okay? Is it okay if I close the window? Do you mind if I open the door? Or would you mind? But remember that you say, would you mind doing something? Would you mind doing something? Would you mind closing the door? It means, would you mind closing the door? Would you mind opening the window? So it's a similar structure. Next, so do I. I like this game. So you can say me too, or so do I. So do I. So you agree. You agree, so you agree using this phrase. So do I. So do I. Next, there is a very popular structure. It is said. It's passive voice. It's passive voice, present simple. It's passive voice, present simple. It is said that he is rich. It means that other people say that he is very rich. It is believed that this way of thinking is right. It means that other people believe this way of thinking is right. Далее, is that. So look, the thing is that I don't agree with him. So you explain it. What I mean is that we need to find another alternative. So what I mean means it's very good structures. The thing is that. What I mean is that. What I want to say is that. Okay, so what I mean is that we need to find another alternative. What I want to say is that we study English from time to time. It isn't enough. Interested in. So, for example, you want to talk about your hobbies, and you can say, I'm interested in something. I'm interested in this kind of music. I'm interested in science. What are you interested in? What are your hobbies? What do you like doing in your free time? What do you like doing in your free time? Okay, so next. It takes me, for example, it takes me 2 hours to get to work. So it means that you spent this time on your way. You spent this time on your way. You spend this time on your way. So it takes me 2 hours to get to work. You spend this time on your way. Okay, I want you to do something. I want you to speak English perfectly. So it's my wish. So if you speak English perfectly, I will be happy. I will be really happy. It's my greatest dream. Okay? I want you to learn English. I want you to learn English. I want you to learn English. I want you to know all these grammar structures. I want you to know all these grammar structures. I want you to know all these grammar structures. Next, I like it when. I like it when they praise me. So I don't know why, but there is one very common mistake. So many students say, I like when they praise me, but please remember this structure, I like it when. Don't forget to use it. I like it when they praise me. I like it when I feel real progress. Okay? Why don't you? Why don't you? So it's a negative form, but in questions, why don't you watch my videos more often? I think it's a good idea for you to do it. And I want to know why you don't do it. Why don't you agree with me? I want to know why you don't agree with me. Okay, the same as. So you can say, we think the same. It means that we have the same ideas, or we have the same ideas, or we have the same idea, or the same as me. He thinks the same as me. For example, he knows English. He knows English. He knows English the same as me. The same as me. We have one level. We have one level. He knows English the same as me. We have one level. Next, much more. This video course is much more interesting. You can say this video course is more interesting, but if you want to make it stronger, you want to make it stronger, if you want to emphasize it, if you want to emphasize it, if you want to emphasize it, use much more interesting. These examples are much better. You can say these examples are better, but these examples are much better, you know, it has a stronger meaning. Next, the least. This book is the least interesting for me. So I hope that you remember little, less, the least. So, the most, it means very good. So much more, the most, and the least, it means that this book isn't interesting for me at all. This book isn't interesting. This book isn't interesting for me at all. This book isn't interesting for me at all. Okay, it means I don't like it at all. I don't want to open it and I don't want to read it. Next, under no circumstances. It's we use inversion. We use inversion after it. The opposite word order. The opposite word order. Look. Under no circumstances will I accept this offer. So you can say I will accept this offer if you want to accept it. If you don't want it, you say under no circumstances, and then you change the word order. You put will before I. Under no circumstances will I accept his offer. Or you can also use no way will I do it. So it's a similar meaning. Not only but also. It's also inversion. Not only do I teach English, the opposite word order. Not only do I teach English, but I also work as a sales manager. Okay, next. There are some important things, or there is some important information about very and absolutely. Look, this idea is very good, but there are strong adjectives. There are strong adjectives. There are strong adjectives. There are strong adjectives. And we use absolutely. We use absolutely with them. So, what is a strong adjective? For example, wonderful. You can say this idea is wonderful. But it's a strong adjective, and you can't say this idea is very wonderful. You need to say this idea is absolutely wonderful, or it's an absolutely wonderful idea, or it was an absolutely fantastic party. So you need to use absolutely with strong adjectives. Okay, never. So you know that sometimes we can use an inversion after never. We need to use the opposite word order too. Never will I go there. Never will I go there. We have the same situation with seldom and rarely. Look, seldom do I study English. I don't have free time at all. Rarely does she visit her grandmother. And I think that you need to know some useful phrases. For example, to sum up, you can say it at the end of a conversation or at the end of your talk. To sum up, to sum up, it means in conclusion. In conclusion, I'd like to thank you for watching. You can watch this video course again and again. I hope we had a great time together. Thanks a lot and good luck, my friends. See you. Bye. Hi, welcome to the channel English Professionally. And you see this course here, 78 English grammar topics for intermediate and upper intermediate levels. So this video course is for high levels. So all this information is extremely important, and I really hope that you like this video and you'll support this idea with your likes and shares. Okay, and so I have a question for you. Do you want to speak English without mistakes and know English grammar perfectly? So this lesson is for you for levels intermediate and upper intermediate. In other words, I would say it's the most important grammar for higher levels. Really, I'm so happy for you. Your English will be much better soon. Watch all this video. You can also put a like and share it with your friends. Okay, so really, this information is very important, very important, or extremely important. Okay, so 78 English grammar topics. Yeah, a lot, yeah, but very useful. I hope that you understand it, so stay with us. Okay, so yeah, I remember that you asked me to make a video about conditionals. Okay, so let's do it. So zero conditional, yeah, we call it zero conditional. So it's about sentences. It's about sentences with if. It's about sentences with if, yeah. And we talk about present and present. We talk about present and present. And we use present simple and present simple in both parts of the sentence or in both clauses. Okay, so in both clauses, or we also call it parts, in both parts of the sentence. Okay, let me give you an example. Look, if I feel good, I usually go to the gym. Okay, so if I feel good, I usually go to the gym. So it's about the present. It happens regularly. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, so you see present simple, feel good. Yeah, you see it in the first part of the sentence. And you also see present simple in the second part of the sentence, go to the gym. Okay, so if I feel good, I usually go to the gym. So it's easy. Yeah, and it's about sentences with if or when. Look, one more example, the second one. So when she calls me, I always feel very happy. When she calls me, I always feel very happy. So it's present simple again, yeah. But please, You know, many students make a very common mistake. They forget to put s, especially after such words as if and when. Please don't forget to do it. So it's a big mistake. Yeah. So when she calls me, yeah, it's present simple. I always feel very happy. So it's always true. And you see, it's present simple again. So yeah. So really it's easy, but anyway, you need to know what zero conditional is. Okay, so zero conditional, you know, with if and when. Okay, so we have present and present, and we use present simple and present simple in both clauses. If I feel good, I usually go to the gym. When she calls me, I always feel very happy. Okay? So let's talk about the first conditional. Let's talk about the first conditional, okay? So we talk about the future, yeah? So we talk about the future in the first part of the sentence and in the second part of the sentence too. Yeah, future and future. Yeah, but you need to remember one rule, that you use present simple after if. Yeah, so right, you talk about the future, but you need to reuse present simple. It's very important. You use it after if or when, yeah, and then you use future simple. Okay, let me give you an example. If she comes to us, we'll be glad to see her. Okay, so if she comes to us, we'll be glad to see her. You see that it's in present simple, yeah? If we have he, she, it, we add s. She comes, yeah? If she comes to us, we'll be glad to see her. It's future simple. It's a short form, okay? So we can say we will or will, yeah? It's a short form. You know that native speakers mostly use a short form, yeah, when they speak. So we'll be glad to see her. Yeah, and it's about the future. It's about the future, but you have to use present simple after if. Why? Because it's a rule. It's English grammar, and you need to know this grammar to speak English confidently, fluently, accurately, and without mistakes. Okay, so I will write this. I'm not a lazy person, so I'll write it down for you. Okay, speak English. Okay, so speak English. So this course isn't only for grammar, it's for speaking too. So you can use all this grammar in your speech and you can sound more natural and more advanced. Okay, so speak English fluently. It means you can speak it very fast, naturally, like native speakers. So you need to sound natural, okay, fluently, natural, accurately. Accurately means without mistakes, and confidently. So when you feel confidence, when you are sure, yeah, about your speech, that you use the right words or phrases, and you don't need mistakes. Okay, so these things are very important. Speak English fluently, naturally, accurately, and confidently. Okay, and how can we understand that it's about the future? The second part of the sentence tells us about it. Look, it's in the future, and we understand that the first part is in the future, but we need to use present simple anyway. Okay, good. So if it rains, we'll stay at home. Yeah, it's the same situation. It's the same situation. So we use present simple after if. Yeah, don't forget about s, please. If it rains, we'll stay at home. Okay, so it's future simple. We'll stay at home. If I pass this exam, my parents will give me a present. Yeah, so it's about the future. We see future simple will give, yeah, and we use Present simple after if I pass this exam. Yeah, although we talk about the future, so it's rule, the first conditional, please remember it. Well, I think that it's a very good idea, yeah, to talk about the second conditional, okay? The second conditional. So when do we use it? So it's for present and present, yeah? So you talk about the present in the first part of the sentence and in the second part of the sentence. But it's about unreal things, something impossible, okay? And look at this structure, how we form it. So it's if plus past simple, yeah, and would plus verb. Please remember it, okay? So we use past simple after it, and then we use would or could plus verb, okay? So let me give you one example, and I hope it will get really clear. Okay, so you see, if I had $1 million, I would buy a very big flat in our city for a start, okay? So if I had $1 million, so it's unreal impossible, so I don't have this money, I have little money, yeah, not $1 million, so it's too much. And so it's in my imagination, so I imagine it, yeah, it's not true, it isn't true now, it isn't true. So I don't have $1 million now. So if I had $1 million, and we use, yes, and we use past simple. If I had $1 million, I would buy, yeah, would plus verb, so it's about now, so what would I do? I would buy a very big flat in our city for a start, okay? Good. Next. If I lived in America, I would know English much better, or I would know English better. So you can say it, yeah? So you live in another country, you live in another place, not in America, yeah? And it isn't, it isn't true now, so you aren't in America, and so it's in your imagination, okay? So if I lived in America, yeah, so it's about the present but unreal. I would know English better, yeah, you would know English better, so you would speak English all day, you would listen to English speech all day, okay? And next, so if I were you, I would follow his advice. If I were you, I would follow his advice. So you see, it's past simple, and you need to remember that we use were in conditionals, not was. So we say I were, if I were you, if he were you, if she were you, it's okay. So we use were, yeah, it's a rule for conditionals. You can use was, so you can say if I was, but you will sound more formal. So generally we use were, okay? So if I were you, yeah, so it's past simple, I would follow, so would plus verb his advice. Okay, very good, very good. Well, as you see, we use would or could plus verb, and you could say, for example, here, yeah, I could know English much better. So it isn't a fact, but yeah, maybe you could know English much better if you lived in America. Okay, so the second conditional, present and present, unreal, impossible, okay? If plus past simple, and would or could plus verb. I wish I could fly. If I had $1 million, I would buy a very big flat in our city for a start. If I lived in America, I would know English better, or I could know English better. If I were you, I would follow his advice. Okay, the third conditional, okay? So it's about the past, yeah? We talk about the past in both parts of the sentence, in the first one and in the second one, but it's about unreal things, something impossible, okay? And how do we form it? Look, if plus had plus past participle or the third form. So what is past participle? Look, for example, go, went, gone. Okay, so gone is past participle, or we also call it the third form. Okay, so if next had plus past participle, yeah, we see it in one part, and would have plus past participle in the second part. Okay, so look, but it's unreal. If I had failed that test, so you see, had plus past participle, it's unreal. If I had failed the test, it means in fact I didn't fail it, so it's in my imagination, I imagine it. So if I had failed that test, I would have got very upset. Okay, would have plus past participle, so would have got, get, got. You can say, we say get upset or become upset, so become, became, become. So you can also say I would have become very upset. Look, if I had failed the test, it's in my imagination, but in fact I didn't fail it, I would have become very upset. Yeah, but I didn't fail that test and I didn't become upset, so everything was okay. Yeah, next, look, one more example. If I had moved to America, I would have found a simple job for a start. Okay, so it's about the past, it's in my imagination, it means I didn't move to America, yeah, I didn't move to America, but if I had moved, yeah, so had plus past participle, if I had moved to America, yeah, would have plus past participle, I would have found a simple job for a start. Okay, I would have found a simple job for a start, would have plus past participle. But, so, did I move to America? No. So, and as a result, I didn't find a job because I wasn't there. Yeah, I wasn't there. I didn't move to America. So it's in my imagination. Okay, about the past. So the third conditional. Yeah, we talked about, so past and past, unreal, impossible. So go, went, gone. Gone is past participle. Okay, so if plus had plus past participle, we see it in the first part, and we see would have plus past participle in the second part. Look, if I had failed that test, I would have got very upset, or I would have become very upset. Okay, one more example. If I had moved to America, I would have found a simple job for a start. Okay, good. Well, you know, let's talk about mixed conditional sentences. Okay, mixed conditional. So what is it? It's, you know, when you use maybe parts of the second conditional and parts of the third conditional. So, and we often use, yeah, parts of the, you know, second conditional, parts of the second conditional, and parts of the third conditional. So, and you know, it's very important to study it, because as I know, I can tell you from my teaching experience that students make this mistake again and again when they try to use conditionals in their speech. But if you want to speak English without mistakes, and if you want to have a strong advanced level, or intermediate, upper intermediate, you need to know this grammar. So you have no choice, you need to know it, and I think it's easy. Okay, so look, if I had got, okay, if I had got into another university, yeah, so you see it's the third conditional, it's unreal in the past, okay. So if I had got into another university, but in fact, it isn't true. So it didn't happen. It didn't happen. So I didn't get into another university, but it's in my imagination. If I had got into another university, and we see that it's about the past, unreal, because it's a part of the third conditional. And look, I would live in another city. I would live in another city. So would plus verb, would plus verb, it's a part of the second conditional. So why do we use second conditional? So you see, because the first part is about the past unreal, yes, it's about the past unreal, and the second part, it's about the present unreal. It's about the present unreal, So you can also use now, for example. I would live in another city now. Okay, look. So, you see that I would live in another city now. So it's about the present. And if it's unreal, about the present, you need to use, would plus live. Okay. Well, so you see, so we use the second conditional because of now, but let me give you one more situation. So look, so if we didn't have now, so maybe if it's about the past, if the first part of the sentence is about the past and the second part is about the past, so you can use the third conditional for both parts. You can use the first conditional for both parts. Look, okay, please have a look. If I had got into another university, it's about the past, I would have lived in another city. So it means that not now, not now. We don't know what is now. It's about the past. I would have lived in another city. So I lived in one city and I had to go to another city to study there. So it's possible, if it's about the past. But if it's about the present, we need to use, the second conditional. Okay, maybe you need one more example to understand it really well. Okay, look, if I had studied English at university, students often try, to tell me it, this kind of idea, and so that's why, I decided actually to give you this example, not other examples, but this example, because it's very common. Okay, look, so if I studied English at university, I would know English better. I would know English better now, or I would know English much better now. They are, they try to say it, but students never say it correctly. Maybe they know that they can use sentences in the first, second, third conditional, but usually, they usually have very little knowledge of the mixed conditional, and you need to know them. You need to know the mixed conditional here. So look, if I had studied English at university, okay, so it's about the past. If I had studied, but they didn't study it, I would know English much better. So they would know English much better now, So it's unreal about the past and it's unreal about the present, So very interesting grammar. Okay, good. So maybe you need one more example to understand it really well, I can tell you from my experience that students continue making this mistake, okay? So they tell me something like that. Okay, so if I had studied English, at university, I would have known it much better now, okay? I would have known it, much better now, yeah? And they try to use the second conditional, okay? So, yeah, that's right. So, if I had studied English at university, it means, they talk about the past, unreal about the past, that's true. So, had plus past participle. At university, I would have known it much better now. But please look, the second part is about now, it's unreal about now. So they can't use the third conditional here. They need to use the second conditional. So would plus verb. Only this way. Would know, yeah? Would know it much better now, yeah? And you know that I think 99% or maybe 100%, 99.9, yeah? So 99% of students, actually they make this mistake again and again, but mixed conditional, and I think that you won't make mistake and you'll use it in your speech very naturally and effectively. Okay, look, if I had studied English at university, I would know it much better now. Okay, good. Well, let's talk about if only, and this structure, if only plus past simple. If only I knew about that, it means that I want to know it very much, okay? I want to know it very much. So I really want to know it. If only. So it's my wish. It's my strong wish. It's my strong wish. But unreal. So it is unreal, yeah. And that's why we use past simple like in the second conditional. So yeah, if you talk about you talk about the present, okay? So you talk about the present, but what? But unreal. You talk about the present, but unreal. So like in the second conditional. So I hope that you remember it, yeah? And that's why we use past simple, okay? If only plus past simple. If only I knew about that. So I want to know it very much. So it's my strong wish. Or maybe if only, maybe you need $10,000. Yeah, now. And you can say, if only I had $10,000 at hand, for example, yeah? So if only I had 10,000, if only I had $10,000 at hand, yeah? But you don't have it hand, yeah? Maybe you need to borrow this money, and so you say, if only I had $10,000, yeah, at hand. It means it's about the present because we use past simple. Okay, good. So the second very important grammar structure, and please also have a look at our videos on grammar. So 150 English grammar structures on our English channel, or on our channel English Professionally, and have a look at other videos. So if you like videos for intermediate students and upper intermediate students and maybe advanced students, please let me know in the comments below. Well, so next, it's time and it's high time, yeah? So we also use past simple with this structure, okay? So it's time and past simple, okay? It's time we went to the party. So we use past simple. So it means that really we need to go to the party. So we need to hurry up. we need to hurry up, so we need to go to the party. So it's time. So yeah, it's time we went to the party. Or you can also meet it's high time. It's high time, you know, it sounds stronger. It sounds stronger, okay? So it's high time we reach a strong advanced level in English. So it's high time, and then you use past simple. It's high time we reached a strong advanced level in English. So this structure actually, this structure sounds stronger, okay? This structure sounds stronger, and it's very good. So it's high time we reached a strong advanced level in English. So maybe you started learning English 10 years ago or 15 years ago, and your level is still intermediate or pre-intermediate or upper intermediate, and you know, you can't actually reach advanced level although you have been learning English for many years. And in this case, for instance, or for example, you can use this sentence, okay? So it's high time we reached a strong advanced level in English. So it's really time. It's really time for you to do it, okay? Good. Okay, modal verbs in the past. Can and could. Let's talk about modal verbs. It's a very important part of English grammar. So if you want it, we can make a special video about all modal verbs in English, or we can, you know, make separate video, yeah, about each of them. So can and could. You know that we use can for the present and could for the past, okay? So, you know, I can help you. I can help you. So it's about the present. It's about the present. And I could help you. It's about the past. Well, it's the first meaning. So it's about the past. But you know that this modal verb has the second meaning, yeah? It's about our possibility. It's about our possibility. Look, I could learn English very fast. So it means that it's possible for me. It's possible for me now. Yes, it's about the present. It's about the present. Okay? Possibility about the present. So it's possible. It means it's possible, yeah? I could learn English very fast. Okay? And we often use it when we ask questions, but when we want to sound very polite. Okay, so we use it for polite. We use it for polite questions. We use it for polite questions. Look, so yeah, could you help me please? Could you help me please? Could you help me please? Yeah, could you do it for me? Yeah, but we are talking about modal verbs in the past, you know, because I suppose that yeah, I was wrong. So it's 78 English grammar topics for intermediate, upper intermediate, and advanced level 2, because, you know, we cover many grammar points. Yeah, for advanced level, for this high level, and I think it's okay. So maybe we'll have a more detailed video. Yeah, for advanced students, but really we cover many points for advanced students, and I think that we need to change the title. Yeah, intermediate, upper intermediate, and advanced. Well, and this video is very special. You know that there are many lessons for beginners, elementary students, pre-intermediate students, but unfortunately there are a few very informative courses, video courses, I would say, for high levels, and I suppose that we are on the right way, and you'll fully support me, not partly, fully. Okay, so, well, you see, okay, so we talked about, yeah, modal verbs, can. And what about can in the past? What about can modal verbs in the past. So it's could, you see, it's could. So I could help you, but you know that could have another meaning. Yeah, if it's about possibility in the past, it's about possibility in the past, we need to use this structure. Yeah, possibility in the past, could have plus past participle. Look, she could have been there. She could have been there. So it doesn't matter he, she, we, yeah, we use could have, always could have, yeah, could have, not has, could have been. She could have been there. It means that it was possible for her, it was possible for her to be there, but she wasn't. Okay, it could have happened, so it was, was possible for something to happen, but it didn't happen in reality. Okay, so she could have been there, it could have happened. So very important English grammar. Well, so what about must? Must is also a modal verb. So you know that we use must plus verb. You must listen to me. You must listen to me. Okay, must plus verb. If you talk about the past, so you use had to. Yeah, had to. So had to is must for the past time. Okay, I had to get up very early. Okay, so it's about the past. And I remember our English teacher at school, and she always used this gesture about the past. So she didn't correct us. She didn't correct us with your words. She just showed it, yeah, and we understood, yeah. It was about the past. Okay, so you see, I had to get up very early. Well, but you know, must can have another meaning in the past. So it can be about probability, or a very high level, okay? A very high level of probability, okay? So look, it's must have plus past participle, okay? He must have been right. He must have been right. He must have been right, okay? So it's about the past. So it means that you're almost sure, but not absolutely, okay? So you're almost sure, but not what? But not absolutely. Yeah, almost sure, but not absolutely, okay? So he must have been right. Must have been right. So you're almost sure, but you can't say it for 100%, okay? So he must have made several mistakes. It's the same thing. Must have plus past participle, okay? So I think that, yeah, he made several mistakes, but I'm not sure for 100%. I'm not absolutely sure. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think that's I'm right, yeah? Okay, so it's must. Good. So you see must plus verb. You must listen to me. So must, but had to in past simple. I had to get up very early. Yeah, but if it's a very high level of probability in the past, yeah, we're talking about the past, we use another structure, must have plus past participle. He must have been right. You're almost sure, but not absolutely, okay? He must have made several mistakes. Well, what can we say about should? We use it when we want to give some advice, okay? Should plus verb, okay? You should look after your health, yeah? It means it's a good idea. it's a good idea. It's a good idea for you, okay, to look after your health, yeah? But you know that if you want to use should in the past, if you want to use should in the past, okay, so it should have plus past participle. Please remember it. So maybe you can write in the comments below, and if you do it, I'll be really happy, okay? So I should have found this channel much earlier, okay? So should have plus, yeah, plus past participle. Should have found that it was a good idea for you to do it, but you didn't do it for some reason, okay? I should have found this channel much earlier. Good. So should plus verb. You should look after your health. It's a good idea for you. Should in the past. Should have plus past participle. I should have found this channel much earlier. Good. Well, could. Could is also a modal verb, yeah? We talked about it. So could in the past. Could in the past. It's in the past. If it's about probability, if it's about probability, yeah, we use could have plus past participle, okay? So it could have happened. Could have plus past participle could have happened, but it didn't happen, okay? So it didn't happen, okay? It didn't happen, but it didn't happen, okay? She could have done it on time. Could have plus past participle, but she didn't do it on time. I could have taken the right decision, yeah? Could have taken, but I didn't take the right decision, yeah? So I took the wrong decision. Could have taken. So you see, could in the past, so it's about probability. Could have plus past participle. It could have happened, but it didn't happen, yeah? She could have done it on time, but she didn't do it on time. I could have taken the right decision, but I didn't take the right decision. Well, may and might, yeah? So you know that if you talk about the future, if you talk about the future, you can actually say may or might plus verb, yeah? I might do it. I might do it tomorrow. I might do it tomorrow. It means that maybe, okay, maybe I'll do it tomorrow. Maybe I'll do it. Maybe I'll do it tomorrow. We say may or might, okay? May or might. Maybe I'll do it tomorrow. So, okay, it's about the future. But if you need to talk about the past, yeah, we use this structure. May or might have plus past participle. Look, it may have happened or it might have happened, okay? So does it mean? It means maybe it happened, maybe not, so you aren't sure, okay? So maybe it happened, maybe not, you aren't sure, okay? It may have happened or it might have happened. Or look, she may have passed the exam or she might have passed the exam, okay? So we always use have, yeah? He may have, she may have, we may have, so please remember it. So she may have passed the exam. It means that maybe she passed the exam, maybe she didn't pass it, we don't know, yeah? She might have passed the exam, so we aren't sure. Good. Well, be able, okay? So you know that we often use can, yeah? We often use can. Okay, good. But how will you say it in the future? Yeah, so how will you say it in the future? Can. So what is can in the future? Yeah, you know that we use will be able. So will be able, it's for future. It's for future. I will be able to come to the meeting. So you can say I can come to the meeting, or I will be able. Yeah, it means I can come to the meeting, but I will be able to come to the meeting. So it's for future. It's our possibility, our ability in the future. Okay, it means that really I'll do it. Really I'll do it. Really I'll do it. Really I'll do it. Okay, I'll do it. Really I'll do it. Okay, next, I will be able to finish everything on time. So it means that yeah, really I'll finish everything on time. I'll finish everything on time. So it's can in the future. Will be able. Will be able. Good. And you know that sometimes we use able for the past, and we use was or were able. Was or were able. Yeah, she was able to help us. She was able to help us. Usually we use it about ability, like with could, but once, one time. Okay, so she was able to help us. So we usually say so if it's, you know, if it was just one time, or she could help us, it means that maybe she often helped us. So it's how most people understand it. Yeah, but we use mostly could, but you also need to know so how to translate was were able, and you know that we often use in our speech, yeah, what or will be able. Yeah, will be able. Okay, so be able, can and will be able for future. I will be able to come to the meeting. So it's ability in the future. Really I'll do it. I will be able to finish everything on time. Okay, so was were able, yeah, ability once, and she was able to help us. Yeah, maybe once, and she could help us. So regularly. Good. Good. Next, be allowed. Smoking isn't allowed. It means you can't smoke here. You can't smoke here. Okay, or he isn't allowed to do it. Yeah, so to be allowed to do something, he isn't allowed to do it. It means someone, so it means he can't do it. Yeah, he can't do it because of someone. He can't do it because of someone. He can't do it because of someone. Okay, he wasn't allowed to go out. It means he couldn't do it. It's about the past. It means he couldn't do it because of someone. So be allowed. Smoking isn't allowed. You can't smoke here. To be allowed to do something. He isn't allowed to do it. He can't do it because of someone. He wasn't allowed to go out. He couldn't do it because of someone. Okay, let's talk about passive voice. Yeah, and also have a look at our video 12 English tenses and 20 English tenses forms. So where we studied active voice and passive voice. So passive voice, present simple. Let's remember it. They produce it. Yeah. Or we use it is produced there, or it is made there by someone. Okay, by someone. So yeah, good. It is produced or it is made there by someone. So if it's by someone, you need to use passive voice. Okay, let's write it down. So if it's done, if it was done, if it will be done by someone, you need to use passive. You need to use passive voice, so present, past, and future. Okay, look, they produce it, and it is produced there means by someone. It is made there by someone. M is R plus past participle. Okay, so I'm often praised. It means by someone. Someone often praises me. Okay, I am plus past participle. I am plus past participle. It is made in China. It is made in China by someone. So is plus past participle. It is made. They are watched. They are watched. So it's passive voice. It means that someone watches. That someone watches them. Watches them. Okay. So they are watched by someone. Good. What about passive voice? Past simple. It's the same thing, but we use was were plus past participle. Look, it was done on time. He, she, it was. It was done on time by someone. They were punished. They were plus past participle. They were punished by someone. Okay, good. Well, futures, yeah, passive voice, past simple, was were plus past participle. It was done on time. They were punished. Good. Future simple. Passive voice, future simple. Will be, how do we form it? Will be plus past participle. Look, this work will be completed soon, or will be finished soon. Will be completed or will be finished soon. So will be plus past participle. This work will be completed soon. This work will be finished soon. Your work will be checked tomorrow. Okay? So your work will be checked tomorrow. Will be plus past participle. So it will be done by someone. Your work will be checked by someone. Good. Passive voice, present continuous. So you remember when we use present continuous, I hope so. So it's for things which are happening now, yeah? And how do we use passive voice in present continuous? M is R plus been plus past participle. Look, he is criticized. You see, it's present simple passive. It's present simple passive. He is criticized. Good. It's present simple passive. So it often happens, yeah? So it often happens. And look, he is being criticized. So he is plus being plus past participle. He is being criticized now by someone. It's happening at the moment, okay? So it's happening now. It's happening at the moment. Look. Next. One more example. This subject is being discussed now. Okay? This subject means it, so we use is. It is. This subject is being plus past participle discussed. This subject is being discussed now. Good. Well, what about passive voice with present perfect? So it's have, has plus been plus past participle. Okay. So when do we use present perfect? When there is a connection. When there is a connection. I hope you remember it. When there is a connection with the present, and we use it with such words as just, already, yet, okay, yet, ever, never, ever, never. So have has plus been plus past participle. Look, so she has already said these words, so it's present perfect. It's present perfect. You know that if you use have, has plus past participle, it's present perfect. Okay, it's present perfect. You know, I think that you know it very well. So it's present perfect. Yeah, and you see, good. So what do you see? She has already said these words. Yeah, has and said plus past participle, we put already in the middle. And if you want to say it in passive, so you will do the following. These words, it means they have, so they have already, you put it in the middle, been plus past participle said. These words have been said. Okay, so you can say these words have been said, or these words have already been said. You know that we put just and already in the middle. Okay, she has just mentioned it, so it's present perfect, has mentioned, and we see just in the middle. Or it has just been mentioned, has been plus past participle, mentioned. So mentioned is the third form. It has just been mentioned. Good. Well, next, what about passive voice? Yeah, in past perfect. How do we form it? You know that past perfect, it's one time before the past. Okay, so I hope that you remember it. Okay, so passive voice, yeah, past perfect, had been plus past participle. Look, when she came home, so it's past simple, I had already done my homework. It's past perfect, so it's one time before. Yeah, so first I did, then she came, so it's one time before. Let's say it in passive voice. When she came home, it's past simple again, my homework. Yeah, and then you need to use passive voice. Had been or had already been plus past participle, had already been done. So when she came home, my homework had already been done. Good. So passive voice. Yeah, common structures. Look, we often hear it is said that he lives there. It is said that he lives there. It means other people say so. It is believed that ghosts exist. Other people say so. It is expected that he will win. Other people expect it. Okay? Or we can use another structure. Okay, so it's said, believed, or expected to do something. Okay, said, believed, expected to do something. To be said, expected, believed to do something. Look, you can also say he is said to win. He is said to win. Look, he is said to win. It means that other people say that he will win. So passive voice plus to plus verb. Okay? So passive voice plus to plus verb. So I think that this grammar is new for you. So he is expected to win. Yeah, it means that other people expect that he will win. She is expected to take this place. Other people expect, yeah, that she will take this place. So interesting grammar. Good. Next. So present perfect. Present perfect. Yeah. We talked about present perfect passive. Let's talk about present perfect. Yeah. So you remember that we use it with such words as yeah. Let's look at this information again or one more time. So you see, when there is a connection with the present, okay, so just, already, yet, never. And you also remember, I hope so, how we form it, okay. So have or has plus past participle, have or has plus past participle, okay. And we put just and already in the middle. We put yet in at the end of the sentence, and we use ever in questions. Look, I have already watched that video. Have watched. Yeah, and we use already in the middle. So if we have already, we need to use present perfect. So this word tells us that we need to use present perfect. Next, she has told me about that. She has just told me about that. Has plus past participle told. Has told. And we put just in the middle. She has just told me about that. I have never been to China. Have never been. Yeah, we say I have never been. We put never in the middle. I have never been to China. And you need to remember that we use to after being in present perfect. Okay? Have you ever been to England? So we use ever in questions. Have you ever been to England? My parents haven't come back yet. We put yet in the end. So haven't come back yet. So it's present perfect. Good. What about present perfect continuous? So how do we form it? Have, has, been plus verb plus ing. And when do we use it? With for, since, and how long. Yeah. So for tells us. Yeah. So and actually, so this action. So we are talking about present perfect continuous. So this action started in the past, and it's still happening now, Look, I have been learning English for 3 years. Okay, so have been plus verb plus ing. I have been learning English for 3 years. We have 4. It tells us that we need to use present perfect continuous. I have been learning English for 3 years. Okay? Or we can also use since, for example. I have been learning English since my childhood. Okay? It means I started learning English when I was a child, and I'm still learning it. How long have you been living here? How long have you been living here? Yeah, we use a present perfect continuous with how long. How long have you been living here? You can say for a year, for 2 years, for a month, for 2 weeks. Okay, very good, well done. Okay, let's talk about past continuous. Really, how do you form it? Was, were, was over plus verb plus ing. We use it for long actions, in the past, yeah. We often use it with when, yeah. So when she called me, yeah, it's past simple. I was working, yeah. So I was working, it's a long action. I was working, and then suddenly she called me, okay. When he came, I was cooking. So it's a short action, it's past simple. I was cooking, it's past continuous. I was cooking, it's long action, and then he came. Good. What about future continuous? How do we form it? Will be plus verb plus ing. We use it for long actions. In the future. Yeah, often with wait. Okay, often with wait. So I'll be waiting for you. Yeah. So there is an emphasis on the duration. There is an emphasis on the duration. Yeah, there is an emphasis on the duration, that this action is really long. So I'll be waiting. It's very important. Okay, it's very important. Yeah. So I'll do it with impatience. I'll do it with impatience. Okay. Yeah, it's very important. And I'll be waiting for your reply. Yeah. So we also see an emphasis on the duration. Yeah, it's very important. Yeah, so your reply is very important for me, and I'll be waiting. So it's future continuous. Well, so past perfect, yeah, we talked about it, that it's one time before, okay, or one time before had plus past participle. He said that he had won. So first he won, and then he said, yeah. So first he won, and then he said. She said that she had passed the exam. Okay. So first he passed, yeah. First he passed, and then she said. Had plus past participle. Well, past perfect continuous. So what is past perfect continuous? It's past perfect plus for, okay? So had been plus verb plus ing. Look, when she came, it's past simple. I had been cooking for 40 minutes. Yeah. So what does it mean? So it's one time before. And you also have for. It's one time before, and you also have for. Look, it means, yeah, that first, yeah. What does it mean? It means that I started cooking, yeah. So and I was doing it, yeah. I was doing it maybe for 40 minutes, and then she came, yeah. So first I started cooking, so and it lasted for 40 minutes. She came, and when she came, I was still doing it. Okay. So when she came, I was still cooking. If you say, when she came, I was cooking, so it's past continuous. If you say, when she came, I was cooking, it's past continuous. So it's a long action. Yeah, it's a long action. But we don't see we don't see that it happened 20 minutes earlier, 30 minutes earlier. We don't see it. But if you have for, you need to use past perfect continuous. It's one time before. Okay. So future perfect. So it's very easy. So what is future perfect? Students often ask me. Yeah. So and sometimes, yeah, I like saying so. It's future simple plus by. Yeah. So if you are talking about the future, and you need to use by, so you need to use future perfect. How do we form it? We'll have plus past participle. Okay. So I will have reached. We will have plus past participle the next level by next month. Okay, so you can say, please compare these two sentences. I will reach this level next month, or I will reach this level, or I will reach this level next month, and I will have reached the next level by next month. Yeah, so this level or the next level. Okay, two similar sentences, but there is a small difference. Yeah, so it's about by. Okay, next, future perfect continuous. Future perfect continuous. Well, we form it this way. Will have been plus verb plus ing. Will have been plus verb plus ing. So it's about future again. Yeah, please have a look at our videos on English grammar or on English tenses. So, and you'll see more examples. So have a look at our playlists. And if you talk about the future and you have by and for, you need to use this tense. Look, I will have been learning English. Have been plus verb plus ing. I will have been learning English for 2 years by next year. So by and for, and you use future perfect continuous. So I think it's a good idea for you to make up your own examples with all these, grammar structures. Good. Well, let's talk about present continuous for future. Yeah, we use it when we talk about, our plans or arrangements. When we talk about our plans or arrangements. Okay, or arrangements. So I'm having a meeting tomorrow. So you know that how we form past continuous. It's easy. So am is or plus verb plus ing. I'm having a meeting tomorrow. Okay, so it's in my plans. Okay, or we're having a party tonight. Okay, so we often use it with tomorrow, tonight, next week. So we often use it with time markers of present continuous, of future simple. We often use it with time expressions. With time expressions of past simple. So it's okay if I ask you, so what are you doing tonight? So it's okay, what are you doing tonight? So it's it's present continuous for future when we talk about our plans and arrangements, and when we have time expressions, for example, tonight, tomorrow, next week, next month. Well, we can use one more very popular structure. It's to be going to. Yeah, so it's our plans. It's about our plans, but you aren't sure, you aren't certain. But you aren't sure, but you aren't sure, you aren't certain. So yeah, So, and we form it this way, yeah? Am, is, or are going to do something, okay? So I'm going to do it quite soon. I'm going to do it quite soon. So it's in my plans. So, but maybe, yeah, it's in my plans. Yeah, but maybe I'll change my mind. But maybe I'll change my mind. Change my mind. It means I'll change my decision or I'll change my plans. Okay, maybe I'll change my mind. Okay, I'm going to watch your videos every day. So it's in your plans, so you see that this information is really useful and these lessons really help you. So if so, yeah, I'll smile. So thanks. Thanks for your support. And you want maybe to learn English on this channel, English professionally, every day and for many hours. But who knows? Yeah, but who knows what will happen, yeah, in your life? So maybe you won't have free time, or maybe you're busy one day. Who knows? So it's in your plans. I'm going to watch your videos every day. Good. Future in the past. Yeah, future in the past. Yeah, if it's about future in the past, we change will to would. Look, she said it. It's direct speech. She said it. It's direct speech. She said, I will do it. I will do it. Yeah, if you want to use indirect speech, or in other words, we also call it reported speech. Okay? We changed will to would, okay? So she said that she would do it. She said that she would do it. So we change will to would in the past. She said that she would do it. He said that he wouldn't come, okay? He said, but we see it's about the past and we changed will to would. He said that he wouldn't come. Good. Next, used to do, yeah? So when do we use the structure? So when you did something earlier, but you don't do it any longer. So it was in the past. Okay? It was in the past. Okay? So look, I used to go to the gym 5 days a week. Yeah? Used to plus verb. Okay, yeah. Used to plus verb. I used to go to the gym 5 days a week. Yeah, I used to go to the gym 5 days a week. It means it's in the past, so you went to the gym 5 days a week, but you don't do it. Yeah, you don't do it now. Yeah, so maybe you don't go to the gym at all. Maybe you go to the gym 2 weeks a day, 3 weeks a day. So that's only in the past. You did it earlier, okay? Next, so used to go. Well, so used to play football. I used to play football regularly. It means I played football regularly earlier, but not now. Well, there is another structure. Be or get used to doing to something, or be or get used to doing something. Okay, look, I'm used to teaching English every day. I'm used to teaching, used to doing. Yeah, so we had used to do, but it's another meaning. We have used to do, but it's another meaning. We have used to doing. Yeah, we have used to doing, and it's another meaning. I'm used to teaching English every day. It means it became normal for me. It became normal for me. Okay, became normal for me. I'm used to teaching English. It's okay for me. It's okay. So it's okay. Yeah. Or I can also say it with get used to. I got used to teaching English every day. So it became normal for me. It's okay. So you can say I'm used to doing something or get used to doing something. I got used to teaching English every day. And for example, you can say I'm used to learning English very hard. So used to doing, used to plus verb plus ing. I'm used to learning English very hard. It means that it's became normal for you. It's okay for you, and really you learn English very hard, and it's okay. Yeah, you really do it. Good. Well, so the next thing, yeah, make somebody do something, yeah. So let's say it in the past. They made me do my homework, yeah. Make somebody do something. They made me do my homework. It means that I did my homework because of them. I did my homework. I did my homework because of them. So maybe I didn't want to do my homework. I didn't want to do my homework, but they told me, do it, yeah, and I did, okay? So they made me stay at home. It means I stayed at home because of them. So maybe I wanted to go out, yeah, with my friends, but they told me, you'll stay at home, yeah? I'll make you learn English, yeah? Make somebody do something, so you will learn English because of me, yeah? So I hope so. I'll make you learn English, so really I need it, yeah? I want you to know English well. Well, you know that we often use the structure in passive voice, yeah, in passive voice, yeah? And if it's in passive voice, don't forget to use to, okay? To be made to do something. So we have, you see, make somebody do something without to, and if it's in passive voice, if the structure is in passive voice, you need to use to be made to do something, and it has the same meaning. He was made to stay at home. He was made to stay at home. It means that he stayed at home because of someone. He stayed at home. He stayed at home because he stayed at home because of someone. So someone told him, yeah, you'll stay at home, and he stayed at home. I was made to do it again, yeah, was made to stay. I was made to do it again. So I did it again because of someone, okay? Well, next, tag questions. Tag questions, yeah, which actually mean really. They have a meaning of really, okay? Let's talk about present simple, yeah, and the verb to be. It is interesting, isn't it? Isn't it? So it means really, it's interesting, really, okay? So you look, yeah, at it is, and you need to use the opposite form, okay? You need to use the opposite. You need to use the opposite form, okay? You need to use the opposite form. So if you have it is, you ask, isn't it? You ask it at the end of the sentence. It is interesting, isn't it? Okay? You are happy, yeah? You see you are, and you put are before you, and you make a negative form. Aren't you? You're happy, aren't you? So you're happy, really? I'm a good student. Yeah, but please remember, if you have I am, you ask aren't I. Yeah, you need to remember it. I'm a good student, aren't I? Well, you can have a negative form. Look, it isn't bad. It isn't bad. So if you have a negative form, yeah, you use a positive form in tag questions. Is it? Is it? They aren't busy. So you have a negative form. And if you want to ask, they aren't busy? Yeah, really? So you need a positive form. Are they? It means really. Good. Well, so yeah, we talked about the verb to be. So if we don't have to be, so we use don't or doesn't. If we don't have to be, we use don't or doesn't, okay? So we use don't or doesn't, so you know that we use doesn't with he, she, it, and don't with we, you, they. Look, she lives here, yeah? So we see it's present simple and we have a verb, so doesn't she, yeah? Doesn't she, yeah? So doesn't he, doesn't she, doesn't it, and don't we, don't you, don't they, don't I. So yeah, we use doesn't she with she. She lives here, doesn't she? Next, he works there, doesn't he? It means really, you know it, don't you? If you have a negative form, okay, or you use the opposite thing, do or does, okay? Do or does. Do or does. So you see, she doesn't do it, you need to use the opposite thing. So does she, yeah? Does he, she, it, does she, does she. Next, they don't understand it, so it's a negative form and you need to use a positive form. Do they don't understand it, do they? Good. Well, what about past simple? Let's talk about the verb to be. When we have was or were, yeah? If you have was or were, so you ask wasn't or weren't. Wasn't or weren't, okay? So wasn't I, he, she, it, okay? And weren't we, you, they, okay? Good. Very good. Look, she was happy, wasn't she? Yeah? Wasn't she? She was happy, wasn't she really? They were together. Were, so you need to use the opposite form, weren't they? So if you have a negative form, you need to use a positive form, yeah, in tag questions. Look, she wasn't sad, was she? We weren't bad students, were we? We weren't bad students, were we? Good. Well, if we have a verb, if we have let's talk about future simple first, okay? So future simple. Well, we ask, yeah, want. So we use tag questions with the help of want. So want he, want she, or want they, and so on, okay? So he will do it. Won't he? It means really, it will be suitable. Won't it? Really? So if it's a negative form, you need to use the opposite thing, a positive form. Look, it won't happen, will it? It won't happen, will it? So very good. Okay, let's talk about present perfect. Well, if you want to form a tag question, you need haven't or hasn't. Look, they have already done it, haven't they? So you haven't, you have, and you need to use the opposite form, haven't. Haven't they? She has just come back. You need to use the opposite form, hasn't she? You haven't finished it. So if you have haven't or hasn't, you need have or has. Have you? Good. What about past perfect? So we changed had to hadn't. He had done it by 4 o'clock. Hadn't he? What about modal verbs? We change can to can't, should to shouldn't, and must to mustn't. He can speak English. Can't he? Yeah? Can to can't. She should do it. Shouldn't she? Means really. He must listen to her. Mustn't he? Really? Good. What about would and could? We changed would to wouldn't and could to couldn't. He would say it, wouldn't he? Yeah, so you have would and you change it to wouldn't he? He could help us. Couldn't he? He could help us, couldn't he? Good. What about never? It's an exception. Please remember it. It's an exception. You use the same form. Compare. He has been there, so you have has, and you need to use the opposite form. Hasn't he? But if it's never, he has never been there. You have the same form. Has he? Next, let's. So if you have let's, you need to say shall we, okay? So let's do it. Shall we? Means really? Let's learn English on this channel, English Professionally, shall we? Okay, I think it's a good idea. Well, what about if and when? You remember that if you have if and when in a sentence and you talk about the future, you need to use future simple, okay? So I hope you remember it. But there are other words after which you also need to use this tense, okay? So it's before. So tell me about that before she comes, yeah? So it's about the future, but you use present simple. It's a rule. Next, after. I'll say it after she leaves. So I'll say it after she leaves. So we use present simple. After she leaves or after she goes out, okay? So I'll do it as soon as, yeah, as soon as she comes back. We also use present simple, yeah? So after if, when, before, after, and as soon as. Next, that's also true about in case, yeah? So we use present simple with in case, until, and unless when we talk about the future. He will agree with you in case you persuade him. So in case means if, okay? So he will agree with you in case you persuade him, okay? I won't do it until he is here. So it means, what does it mean? Okay, really, what does it mean? It means first, first he'll be here. First he'll be here. Then I'll do it. Okay. First he'll be here. Then I'll do it. Okay. I won't do it unless he leaves. So it means I won't do it if he doesn't leave. If he doesn't leave. So please remember that unless means if not, okay? So until, look, I won't do it until he's here. So first he'll be here, then I'll do it. I won't do it unless he leaves. It means if not. I won't do it if he doesn't leave. Well, the next structures, would rather, would sooner, and had better. Look, it means you'd rather listen to her. Yeah? So you'd rather listen to her. Would rather or you'd rather is it's a short form, yeah? It's, when we give some advice. When we give some advice. When we give some advice, we use these structures, yeah? Would rather, so we say you'd rather, okay? Okay, next, so would sooner or you'd sooner, okay? You'd sooner. And you see had better. It's you'd better, okay? You'd better. You'd better, okay? So plus verb. So you'd rather listen to her. It means that it's a good idea if you listen to her, okay? I'd sooner choose the second variant. So it means I prefer. It means I prefer the second variant, and I'd like to choose it. I'd sooner choose the second variant. I prefer the second variant. I'd like to choose it. Okay, you'd better listen to these lessons one more time. It means it's a good idea for you if you listen to these lessons one more time. So if you do it, it will be better. Okay, so you'd rather, yeah. We often, use you'd rather, you'd better when we give some advice. Okay, and we often use I'd sooner, when we talk about something which we prefer. Okay, very good. Well, what about make and do? You need to know some phrases. Okay, she made a terrible mistake. So we say make a mistake. Okay, next, she made lots of friends. We say make friends. I'd like to make money. We say do business, but make money. You're making progress in English. We say make progress. That's great. They made a very good offer for their clients. We say make an offer. Make an offer. Good. I made a decision at last. So we say make a decision. I'd like to make sure that everything is all right. We say make sure. It means I'd like to be sure. I'd like to feel confident that everything is all right. She made a very good impression on me. So we say make an impression. Make an impression. I'll make one more effort to learn English. I think it's a good idea. Make an effort. We say make an effort. Well, next, do. I do business. I'm a businessman. You need to do more exercises for more progress. Sure. We say do exercises. Do exercises. Could you do me a favor? Could you do me a favor? We say do a favor. So could you do it for me? Could you help me? Could you help me? Could you do me a favor? Okay. I do sport and I feel healthy. We did a very interesting research. So do a very interesting research or carry out. So carry out is a phrasal verb. So you need to look at our great video 250 phrasal verbs and at our playlist on phrasal verbs. Well, what about this structure? Look forward to something or look forward to doing something. Okay, it means wait for it with impatience. Okay, so you really want it to happen. Okay, you really want it to happen. Good. So please have a look at these examples. Okay, I look forward to this event. So it means that you're really waiting for it. It's important and you want to be there. I look forward to going on holiday. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. So we say look forward, to something or to doing something if it's a verb. Don't forget to put ing, okay? So I look forward to going on holiday. So I look forward to seeing her. So we use ing again, so I really want to do it. I look forward to celebrating my birthday. It means I really wanted to celebrate my birthday, so when will this day come? Good. Well, so next, be about, just about, okay? So it means that you will do it soon. It will happen soon, okay? It will happen soon. Look, I'm about to do it. It means that I'll do it soon, okay? I'll do it soon. I'll do it soon. Or she's about to come. It means that she'll come soon. Or you can say just about, so it's even sooner. It's even sooner. It's even sooner. So this phrase sounds stronger. He's just about to come means that he will come really soon. He's just about to remember it. So he'll remember it really soon, okay? He is just about to leave. It means that he will leave, yeah, really soon. So it's very, yeah. So maybe in a minute or, yeah, in a second or in 10 seconds. So really, so it's stronger than be about. Okay, good. Next, to, in order to, and so that, okay? So I learn English. So really, why do you learn English? It's a very common question. And what will you answer? And you can answer, for example, I learn English to communicate with people from other countries. So to or in order to, yeah? In order to is okay, but it sounds more formal. So I learn English to communicate with people from other countries, or in order to communicate with people from other countries, okay? Well, so it's why you learn English. So why do you learn English? I learn English to communicate with people from other countries, okay? Or I learn English, yeah, you see that there is one subject, okay? There is one subject here. There is one subject here, yeah? I learn English to communicate with people from other countries, okay? So if there are two subjects, you need to use so that, not to, not in order to. Look, I learn English, so it's the first subject, so that foreigners, it means foreign people or people from other country can understand me, okay? So use so that if there are two subjects. I learn English so that foreigners can understand me, okay? Look, compare. I upload these lessons in order to help you, yeah? So it's one subject, I, or it can be two subjects. Look, I upload these lessons so that you can learn English. So is the I is the first subject, and you is the second subject. And so you use, yes, the structure so that, okay? Good. Well, what about, despite and in spite of? So what do you know about it? Good. Well, despite or in spite of. Look at these examples. Yeah, we say despite or in spite of, it means the same. It means the same. I will do it despite all these difficulties, or I will do it in spite of these difficulties. It means I will do it. It means I will do it. I will do it even though I have these difficulties. Even though I have these difficulties, or so I have these difficulties, but it's okay. I will do it anyway. I will do it anyway, okay? I'll do it anyway. I'll do it anyway, okay? So it means, yeah, you can say I will do it even though I have these difficulties. I'll do it anyway, yeah? Despite or in spite of all these difficulties. Next. Or you can use another structure, despite the fact or in spite the fact, okay? Look, I think that there is too much information here, yeah? I think it's better now. Look, I will do it despite the fact or in spite the fact that it's very difficult. It's another structure, so you can say despite, in spite of something, or despite the fact or in spite of the fact, okay? So I will do it despite the fact or in spite of the fact that it's very difficult, okay? Or, very good. So, and what else? What else? So I make these lessons despite the fact that I'm very busy. So I'm very busy anyway, Yeah, anyway, I make these lessons. Yeah, and you know, really, people often say, I have no time, I have no time, I have no time, you know, so I can't upload lessons regularly. I believe that if someone really wants to do something, he'll find time. So I'm also a very busy person, but I find time for it anyway. Okay, so I make this lesson despite the fact that I'm very busy, or in spite of the fact that I'm very busy. Or we say, yeah, or we say despite or in spite of. So if you want to use a verb, so of doing something, okay? So you can also say, I make these lessons despite being busy, so verb plus ing, or in spite of being busy, verb plus ing. Good. Well, so what about some and any? So you know that we use some in a statement, and we use any. So we use any. So in questions, and in questions and negative form. Okay, it's about any. Look, I have some ideas means several. I have several ideas. So it's a statement. Okay, it's a statement. Good. If it's a negative sentence or if it's a question, we use any. Look, he hasn't got any ideas. He hasn't got any ideas. Have you got any brothers or sisters? Have you got any brothers or sisters? So very good. Yeah. If you offer something, so use some in questions. We use some in questions. Look, would you like some juice? So you need to remember it. Yeah, that it's possible to use some in questions when we offer something. Okay, so would you like some juice? Would you like some juice? Or do you want some juice? Do you want some juice? Well, what about reported speech? Okay, he said she is at home. She is at home. Yeah, so and we change present simple to past simple. Okay, so he said that she was at home. Present simple to past simple. He said she works at school. We change present simple to past simple. He said that she worked at school. Yeah, he said that she worked at school. He said she worked a lot. So we change past simple to past perfect. Yeah, past perfect had plus past participle had plus the third form. So he said that she had worked a lot. Next, he said she will do it anyway. We change will to would. He said that she would do it anyway. Yeah, you remember that we talked about, you know, future tense in the past, so we change will to would. Okay, so next. Well done. So he said she's talking to her now. Yeah, so we change it to past continuous, present continuous to past continuous. Okay, so she said, yeah, he said she was talking to her then, and we change now to then. It's a rule. Okay, next, he said she has already been there, so we change present perfect to past perfect. So he said he had already been there. Good. He said she visited him yesterday, so it's past simple. We change past simple to past perfect. He said she has visited him the day before, so it's one time before, so we have one time before in the reported speech, and we change now to then and yesterday to the day before. Please remember it, it's very important. Okay, good. Well, he said I can do it. We change can to could. He said that he could do it, And if it's an imperative form, yeah, we use an infinitive. Look, he said, call her. So he said to call her, okay? For example, he said do it. He said to do it. Good. Well, next. So reported speech part 3. So you have these questions, yeah? Where is he? And you need to say it in reported speech. So she asked where he was, okay? So you put, the subject in the first place. So subject, and then you use object, okay? So he was, because it's an indirect question, yeah? So we asked where is he? But if it's reported speech or if it's an indirect question, so we replace it. So, right, we put here before is. She asked where he was. She asked where he was, subject plus object. Next. Where does he work? So she asked where he worked, yeah, subject plus object. What did he do yesterday? So she asked what he had done yesterday. So it's one time before, it's also one time before, but not yesterday, yeah? As you might guess, what we had done the day before, yeah? You know that we changed yesterday to the day before, okay? Good. So you remember that we changed now to then and yesterday to the day before. So where will he go? Where will he go? So she asked where he would go. We change will to would. Okay, next. Yes and no questions in reported speech. So do you like it? Yeah? He asked me. So if it's a yes and no question or if it's a general question, yeah, we also call it general questions. So if your answer can be yes or no, so it's a general question. Good. So do you like it? He asked me if I like it, so you put if. Did you do it? He asked me if I had done it. So one time before, you see had done and we add if. Okay? Will you come? He asked me if, yeah? We always use if in general questions in reported speech, yeah? If I would come, and we change will to would. Okay? You know that I have one more question for you. Is it right or wrong? He asked me whether it was right or wrong. So you know that we use if, but sometimes we use whether. We use whether mostly in such cases when we have a choice with or, yes, this or that. So if there is a choice, this or that, so native speakers, so as people say, mostly use whether, yeah? He asked me whether it was right or wrong. So we are using whether here because of or, because of this choice. Good. The next structure, want you to, okay? So I want you to do something, okay? So I want you to speak English perfectly. It means that I really want it, okay? I expect it. So if you speak English perfectly, I'll be the happiest person in the world, yeah? I'll be the happiest person in the world. That's why I'm here. That's why the channel was created. It's the mission of this channel, of this international channel. Yeah, so I want you to go there with me. So it means that if you go there, I'll be happy and really want it. I really want it, okay? Good. Next. So, you know that people pronounce these words differently, either neither or either neither. It depends on British or American pronunciation, yeah? So British, either neither, American, either neither, okay? So when there is a choice, of two things, so when there is a choice of two things, we say either or, okay? So either he or she can do it. So it means that, so he or she, yeah? Either he or she can do it. If it's a negative form, For example, he can't do it and she can't do it, so they can't do it. So you use neither he nor she, yeah, can do it. So the main thing is that you need to keep in mind that we use or with either and nor with neither. Well, next. One more structure. I like it. So do I. So do I. It means I like it too. I like it. I like it too. Okay. So do I. So it's quite common in in English conversations. So I like it. So do I. I like it too. Well, next. I go to the gym from time to time. So do I. So do I. Okay. So do I. I means I do it too. I like it too. So do I. So I also go there. Well, have something done. Have something done. Okay. Look, please look at these sentences. I repaired my car. So if you say I repaired my car, it means that you repaired it with your hands, yeah? But I think that's not true. And you need to say I had my car repaired. It means that your car was repaired, but not by you. Okay? Your car was repaired, Your car was repaired. So I repaired my car. So you did it with your hands. You did it with your hands, yeah? I had my car repaired. Next, I cut my hair. So if you say I cut my hair, it means that you took a pair of scissors. Okay? You took a pair of scissors. You took a pair of scissors and what? And cut it by yourself. But I think that's not true, yeah? So, and we say I had my hair cut. I had my hair cut. Well done. Let's talk about comparative forms. So it's very important, comparative forms and English adjectives, okay? English adjectives. Let's talk about English adjectives and comparative forms. It's very important, really. Right. Well, how do we use a comparative form, really? If it's a short adjective, we usually add er, okay? So if it's a short adjective, okay, we mostly add er, okay? So longer. This story is longer. Good. Short, shorter. This story is shorter. So if it's a long adjective, okay, so if it's a long adjective, okay, we mostly add more. Before an adjective, okay? So I hope that's clear. Look, please. Beautiful, more beautiful. This picture is more beautiful than that one. So we say more beautiful than something, okay? More beautiful than that one. Good. Superlative form, okay? So if it's a short adjective, we usually add est. So look, short, shortest, okay? So this is a very good way of learning English. It's the shortest way, or is the shortest one. So the shortest, yeah? And if we look at this superlative form, we always use the. So the shortest is the shortest one. If it's a long adjective, we use the most, okay? For example, the most important, the most beautiful, the most interesting. It's the most interesting thing. It's the most interesting thing. Okay, yeah, but there are some exceptions. Look, good, the best, yeah? So he showed the best result. So good, yeah, good, better, the best. He showed the best result. Bad, worse, the worst. It's the worst result. Much, more, the most. Okay, little, less, the least. Okay, so you can say it's the most important thing for me, or it's the least important thing for me, so it has the opposite meaning. Okay, and far, so you can say farther, farther or further, further, and if you want as a superlative form, so the farthest or the furthest. Good, very good. Well, so let's talk about one difficult thing, which I think is for advanced inversion. Inversion, okay? So you need to remember this structure: no sooner than and hardly, no sooner had. Or you need to remember this structure: no sooner had plus than and hardly had plus when. So these structures have the same idea. They mean the same. Look, no sooner had I left home. So how do you use this structure? So no sooner, then you use had, yeah, plus subject plus past participle, okay? So I hope that's clear. Then use then subject plus past simple. Okay, so please look at this structure. No sooner had I left home, had plus subject, I is a subject, past participle left is past participle, then, yeah, subject, I is a subject, and got is, yeah, it's past simple. So no sooner had I left home, then I got a call. So what does it mean? It means that I left home and immediately I got a call. I got a call immediately, okay? So I left home, it means I left home and I got a call, immediately, okay? Good. So you can also, yeah, so no sooner had I left home than I got a call. You can also use hardly had, yeah, the same idea, but you need to use when instead of them. So hardly had I left home when I got a call. Okay, so the same thing, but we use when instead of then. And there is one more, yeah, interesting structure: under no circumstances. Yeah, it means that will I do it? Yeah, and we use, you know, the opposite word order. We use the opposite word order in inversion. The opposite word. We use the opposite word order in inversion. Okay, under no circumstances will I do it. So I will never do it. It means I will never do it. Okay, I will never do it. So what does it mean, circumstances? It means different situations. So maybe there will be different situations, but I will never do it. Okay, good. And there is a similar structure: no way. Yeah, it means that it has the same meaning as no circumstances, but you know, this structure, it sounds a little formal. Yeah, it's formal. And this structure, no way, is informal. Okay, it has the same meaning. It means that I'll never do it. Okay, so no way will I consider it, or will I think about it. So generally we say I will, but we use the opposite word order, yeah, with inversion. So no way will I consider it. And there is one more great structure: not only but also. Please have a look at this structure too. It's also very important, really. Well, we use the opposite word order after not only. Look, not only is she clever, it means she is also clever, but she is also very beautiful. But she is also very beautiful. Okay, so you can say it without this inversion. She is very clever and she is very beautiful. But if you use not only, you need to use the opposite word order here. So you use is she instead of she is, yeah? And you'll say, but she is also very beautiful. Okay, so the next very important thing is doing, yeah? Doing something. So what does it mean, doing something? Okay, so learning English here, I feel great progress. It means, so when I learn English here, I feel great progress. Okay, so when I learn English here, I feel great progress. Okay, so it's in process. So this action is, yeah, it's in process. Well, reading English books, I also get pleasure. It means that when I read, okay, it means when I read English books, I also get pleasure. Well, having done, it's the same structure but about the past. Having done something, so it's about the past. It's about the past. Look. So having done my homework, I went out. It means that I did my homework and then I went out. I did my homework and then I went out. Okay, so I did my homework and then I went out. Yeah. Next, so having read, yeah, having done something, having done my homework, I went out. Having read the book, yeah, you remember read, read, read. Having read the book, yeah, I decided to read it one more time, or I decided to read it again. So it means that I read that book and then I decided to read it again one more time. Well, so let's talk about one more important thing, so about English prepositions. Yeah, when do we use to and when do we use ing? Yeah, and you know that students often make mistakes here. Well, generally we put to, so generally we put to between two verbs. Okay, between two verbs. Okay, look, I want to do it. Yeah, I want to do it. We say want to do something, you need to remember it. Want to do something. Okay, I want to do it. Okay, so you see, so this structure, you see this structure, so verb plus to plus verb. Okay, so right, sometimes, yeah, it's with to. If it's another preposition, so let's write it down because this idea is very important. If it's another preposition, not to, okay, so you need to use, so you say preposition plus verb. Okay, I'll correct it in a second, don't worry. So okay, so you see, you need to say, yeah, preposition plus verb plus ing. So if it's another preposition, yeah, so of, on, off, you need to use ing after the verb. Okay, look, I'm afraid of doing it. So why do we use doing? Because it's another preposition, not to, and it's a rule. Please remember it. It's a rule. Okay, it's a rule. Please remember it. Of doing it. I'm afraid of doing it. I'm keen on reading it. Okay, so keen on means I like it. Yeah, I really like it. I'm interested in it. So keen on, so it's another preposition, not to, and we add ing on reading. Okay, so I put off doing my homework. It's a phrasal verb. So have a look at our playlist on phrasal verbs. So it means postponed. I decided to do it later. I decided to do it later. So put off doing something. Well, so the same situation. So we use ing because we have another preposition, not to. Well, so what about ing and to? Yeah, so infinitive, gerund and infinitive. Yeah, we also call it gerund and infinitive. Well, we use ing after some verbs. We use ing, okay, or we use ing after some words. After some words, such as, okay, such as, okay, love, watch, yeah, watching, enjoy, it means really like it, avoid, when you try not to do it. Okay, please have a look. I love singing. Say love doing, so I love singing. I hate watching. We say hate doing, hate watching this kind of movies. I enjoy learning English, enjoy doing. It means you really like it. And she avoids talking to him. It means, yeah, avoid doing. It means that she doesn't want to talk to him, really. Well, what about suggest? You know that we often use it when we speak, and students make mistakes with this word again and again. We say suggest doing something, okay? So suggest doing something. Please remember it. Suggest doing something, okay? Suggest doing something. I suggest doing it, okay? So I suggest doing it. Or you can use another structure, yeah? So if you need to use one more subject, so I is the first subject and we is the second subject. If you need to use one more subject, so you use suggest that. Suggest that plus present simple, okay? Suggest that plus present simple. Plus present simple, okay? So I suggest that we do it. Or we can also use should, okay? I suggest that we should do it, okay? It's very important. Well, so in other words, yeah, you say suggest doing something if it's one subject. I suggest doing it. So you can say, so if there are two subjects, you say suggest that plus present simple. I suggest that we do it without should or with should. I suggest that we should do it. Or yeah, if it's one subject, it suggests doing. I suggest going to the cinema. Well, very good. Very good. Next. So what is next? So ing, yeah. We also use ing with constant, yeah, constant doing something. I can't stand talking to him. It means I hate it. I hate it, okay? I hate it. I can't bear going to that place. It also means I can't, you know, I hate it. I hate going to that place. I can't help laughing. It's also I can't help doing something. It means I can't stop. It means I can't stop. I can't stop. I can't stop laughing. Yeah. And after mind, yes. Would you mind? Would you mind closing the window? Would you mind doing something? Would you mind opening the door? Okay. So can't stand, can't bear, can't help, and would you mind? Well, very good. And just shortly about very and absolutely. It's very and absolutely. You know that we use very before strong, sorry, before weak adjectives, before adjectives, normal adjectives, yeah, and we also call them weak adjectives, okay, weak adjectives. And we use absolutely, so before strong adjectives, okay, before strong adjectives, okay, we use absolutely before strong adjectives, okay. So it's a rule. Please have a look. It's very interesting, okay, but it's absolutely fascinating. So fascinating means extremely interesting, and you can't say very fascinating. So if it's a strong adjective, you need to know them. So you use absolutely. It's absolutely fascinating. Okay, look, it's very good or it's wonderful. Yeah, but you can't say it's very wonderful. You need to say it's absolutely wonderful, because wonderful is a strong adjective. Okay, look, these conditions are bad, so you can make it sound stronger, very bad, or awful. Yeah, awful, or absolutely awful. It's stronger than awful, stronger than awful. Good. Well, what about adjectives and prepositions? You know that there are some adjectives, after which you need to choose to use a certain preposition, So you need to remember accustomed to doing something. I'm accustomed to teaching English. It means I'm used to it. Yeah. So it's okay for me. It became normal. I'm accustomed to teaching English, to doing something. Capable of. He is capable of leading this team. It means that he can do it. He can do it. Okay? Good. I was bitterly disappointed with my result. So bitterly or greatly disappointed with my result, greatly upset, sad, okay? Disappointed with my result. I was surprised, yeah. So what preposition do we need to use after surprised and amazed? So it can be at or by. So you can say, I was surprised at the news, or I was surprised by the news, okay? I was amazed at her unusual behavior, or I was amazed by her unusual behavior. Well, what about verbs and prepositions? So it's the same thing. So there are some verbs, you need to know them, and you need to use a certain preposition after them. Okay, so you need to use a certain preposition after some verbs. Okay, so let me give you some examples. So he was accused of stealing money. So we say accused of, yeah, he was accused of doing something, yeah. You remember this rule that if it's another preposition, not to, we use verb plus ing, okay? So he was accused of stealing money. Okay, I approve of this idea. Approve of. So it's okay for me. So yeah, I like this idea. This book consists of 4 chapters. It means, consists of we say, we say so, and it means there are 4 chapters. It means there are 4 chapters. There are 4 chapters in this. There are 4 chapters in this book. Okay, I feel like doing something. Do you know the meaning of feel like doing? I feel like drinking a cup of tea. It means I want to drink. I want to drink a cup of tea. So feel like doing something means want to do something. Okay, and I prepared for this exam. Say prepared for. I prepared for this exam. Okay, so you just need to remember these verbs. Well, what is next? So yeah, noun plus preposition. Look, we say demand for. There is a big demand for this kind of services. It means that many people want to, to have these services. So many people want it. So demand. Okay. Next, we got an invitation to the party. You know that we say invite to. For example, he invited me to the party. And if it's a noun, yeah, we also use to, invitation to. We got an invitation to the party, okay? And search for. I'm in search for love. So you know that search can be a noun, yeah? Like here, we see it here, and search can be a verb, yeah? For example, what are you searching for? What are you searching? What are you searching for, or what are you looking for? So what are you searching for, or what are you looking for, or what are you looking for? So it can be a noun and a verb. Yeah, very good. So And I hope that maybe you use some interesting grammar structures and words too. Good. Well, what about ed and ing? We say it's interesting, but please remember this phrase. I'm interested in, right? And I feel interested. So we say ed, okay? We use ed. And also I got interested in something, or I became interested in something, okay? So it's interesting, but I'm interested in it. I feel interested in it. I got interested in it. So got means became. I became interested in it. Look, it's surprising. Yeah, it's surprising. Yeah, so we describe it. So when we use it, we use ing. We use ing when we describe some things. Okay, we use ing when we describe some things. When we describe some things, yeah, you see, and we use ed. So with people, it's usually so, yeah, with people, I'm or I feel, okay. So we use ing when we describe some things, okay, for example, or when we describe something or some things. So it's interesting, and we use ed, and we generally use ed with people. I'm feel, okay? So I feel interested or I'm interested. Look, it's surprising, so we describe, so we say, we use ing, and I'm surprised, yes? So I feel surprised by this fact. You know, surprised by or at. Well done. So what about prefixes? So un. So it's unfair. It means it isn't fair. It isn't right. So these suffixes so have opposite meanings. Have opposite meanings. Okay. Unfair. It's unfair. It isn't fair. It isn't right. Dis. Okay. It's a huge disadvantage. Advantage. Disadvantage. In. I prefer to talk about it informally. Okay. Well, so when should we use on, dis, and in? So is there any rules? You need to remember it. Yeah. But if we look at this prefix in, yeah, there is a rule. There is a general rule that we use it after. That we use it before m and p. Yeah. So if you see it, look, moral. Yeah, the first letter is M, and you say immoral. It's immoral. He is so impolite. Yeah, the first letter is P. Impolite. Okay, next. And there are also some rules, about ill and ir. Okay, so we use ill if the word starts with L. It's illegal. It's against the law. And we use ir if the word starts with R. Yeah, irregular. Learn irregular verbs. Yeah. So you need to memorize. Words. With on, dis, in. It comes from practice, and there are some rules. Yeah, concerning im, il, and ir. Okay, good. Well, what about suffixes? Yeah, some suffixes for nouns. So you see, goodness. So what do you know about happiness? So it's a suffix for nouns. Meant. I teach management at university. Yeah, that's true. I taught management at university, and you know that I worked at university for about 6 years full time. So it was, I suppose, a great experience. Lots of communication with teachers, different colleagues, students, and it helped me in some way, but it's in the past. I still work there last year, so just I chose YouTube and other projects, so it's more interesting for me. Well, next, Asian. What do you think about globalization? Okay, really, what do you think about it? L. I need his approval. yeah, I don't know the depth of this problem, how deep it is, yeah. ER or OR, so we often use it with different professions, okay. I'm an English teacher, yeah, I'm an English teacher, right? And you know that I've been teaching English for a long time, so I'm 30, and I started teaching English when I was 17, yeah, so it was 13 years ago, and I can use present perfect continuous here, so I've been learning English for more than 10 years, and to be more exact, I've been doing it, for 13 years, yeah, full time, so I think that I have enough experience. I'm really ready, and I'm ready to share my knowledge with you. Yeah, and I think that this video format is great, yeah, that we are together, we are strong together, and thanks a lot for your support, okay. Well, so suffixes for adjectives and adverbs, yeah, full and less. So these are very common adjectives for adjectives. You are very beautiful. So full means full of, okay, it means full of beauty, good. So careful, yeah, he's a very careful driver, so full of care. And less means without, so I hope you know it. So he's a very careless driver, so he drives, yeah, very carelessly, without care. Inly, you know that many adverbs have this suffix, we live happily, so really let's live happily. Well, some verb suffixes or suffixes for verbs, I's, yes, I'd like to emphasize one thing, yeah, I'd like to actually put an emphasis on one thing, yeah, or I'd like to draw your attention to one thing, so different phrases, different vocabulary. And let me clarify my point, you see, so I was going to shorten this lesson, so I was going to make it shorter, and I think it's short because all, as I would say, all intermediate, upper intermediate grammar and some points of advanced grammar, yeah, you can see in this video. I think that's amazing. And one of our favorite subjects is phrasal verbs, yeah, really, I really like this subject. And we have a great course, 250 phrasal verbs. Please have a look at this video, and I'm ready to make new interesting courses on phrasal verbs with exercises if you support this idea. If you don't support this idea, if not, so maybe I'll change my mind, I'll change my point of view. Okay, so get on, it means, yeah, look, it has several meanings, and you know that sometimes phrasal verbs have more than one meaning, but you need to know just the main meaning, maybe 2 or 3 meanings. Okay, I got on the bus, yeah, is the first meaning. So I got on the bus, so I wanted to take it, so, and then I got on the bus, and it's get on well, it means to have good relations. I get on well with them, it means I have good relations, okay, I have good relations with them. And how you are getting on, it means, so how is your progress, how is your progress, so how are you, how is your progress, okay. So make up, yeah, our society is made up of different organizations, so it means that it has a meaning of consist, okay, is made up, and we use it in passive, we often use it in passive. So our society is made up of different organizations. I made up this story, it means that I created it, or I invented this story. So I made up, it's in my imagination, it was in my imagination. And work out, so it also has more than one meaning. So I can't work it out means I can't understand it, or I like working out in a gym, so it means I like doing physical exercise in a gym. So I have one recommendation for you. Have a look at our playlists, have a look at our video 250 phrasal verbs. We also have a great video 300 phrasal verbs, yeah, which are very common in speaking. And I think that you'll understand this subject much better. Just you need to understand that there are phrasal verbs, it's very important to know them, and some of them have more than one meaning. So you'll see lots of examples. So, and let's enjoy learning English together, shall we? Hi, welcome to the channel English Professionally, and this video course is very special. It's 99 mistakes in English, but not for beginners, but for high levels, intermediate, upper intermediate, and advanced. So I remember that you asked more lessons for high levels, and if you support this idea, we can make a playlist for intermediate students on grammar and vocabulary, and also for beginners. Okay, and you know that we have a great video, 200 mistakes in English, right? And also have a look at 111 mistakes in English for beginners. However, this video is different. It's for higher levels. So really, you'll see new mistakes, new sentences, new examples for intermediate, upper intermediate, and advanced levels. Okay? So can you find all these mistakes? It's a very good and interesting question. So you know that you can make a pause, you can stop the video and try to do it. You can try to find these mistakes, check your knowledge. So let's speak English correctly. It's very important to do it, okay? So the first one. Okay, so I'll read it and try to find this mistake, try to correct it. So each of these sentences actually contains contains a mistake. So there is a mistake in each of these sentences. Okay, so if I would have $1 million, I would buy a house in the center of the city. Okay, look. If I would have $1 million, I would buy a house in the center of the city. Yeah, a good idea. So, do you have these, these $1 million? So if not, I think not. Yeah, so it's in our imagination. It's in our imagination, and if we imagine, we imagine it, and we talk about the present, so it's unreal. So if so, you need to use the second conditional. Conditional. Do you remember how we form it? So if plus past simple, in the first part, and then would or could, plus would or could plus verb. Okay, so it's the second conditional. Please remember. So if plus past simple, so the verb is have. So how to say it in past simple? Have. It's had. Okay, so it's had, and you need to say if I had. Okay, so if I had $1 million, if I had $1 million, I would buy a house in the center of the city. Right, would plus verb. It's correct. Okay, so it's correct now. If I had $1 million, I would buy a house in the center of the city. So we imagine, so it's present unreal, the second conditional, right? If plus past simple, would or could plus verb. Okay, next. So whenever you will be, I'll miss you. So what does it mean? Whenever, who knows? So it doesn't mean where you are, or it doesn't matter actually. Where you'll be doesn't matter. So maybe you'll be in my city or in another city, so in this country or in another country. So I'll miss you, I love you. So the idea is clear. The problem is grammar, right? So what is wrong? Who knows? Well, you need to remember that if you have whenever, so you need to use present simple. Although you talk about the future, so you need to correct it. So whenever you are, right? So you're talking about the future. We see it looking at the second part of the sentence, I'll miss you, but we need to use present simple in the first part of the sentence. So whenever you are, I'll miss you. Okay, well done. So what is next? I want you go to the party with us. Okay, I want you go to the party with us. So the idea is clear that I'm going to the party, and it's a good idea if you join me. Okay, so that is clear. So what's incorrect? What's incorrect? So you need to remember the structure. Want somebody to do something. Want somebody to do something. Okay. So want somebody to do something. So you need to put to before a verb to. Okay. So I want you to go to the party. Then you say I want you to go to the party. It means that I'll be happy if you join me, if you go there. Okay. I want you to go to the party. Well, so number 4. He was breaking his leg while he was working in the garden. Well, it's in the past, you see. So it's past continuous. You see past continuous. In the first part of the sentence or in the first clause and in the second clause. But we need to understand. Really? Is it really so? Is it really so? Okay, so he was breaking his leg while he was working in the garden. Okay, so he was working in the garden. So I think it's a long action. It's a long action. It's a long action. And he was breaking his leg. Well, you know that I don't think that it's a long action. I think it's a short action, So I can't say that he was breaking his leg. So it happened. It happened, very quickly. So it's a short action. And, if it's a short action, we need to use another tense. Not past continuous, but past simple. Right. So you need to say he broke. Okay, he broke his leg while, so you see it's past simple. He broke his leg while he was working in the garden. So it's past continuous. Okay, so he was working in the garden, and then suddenly he broke his leg. Okay, that's clear. Next, so I very much enjoyed the party. So enjoyed means that I really liked it. Okay. So can you see this mistake? It's about the word order. It's about the correct or the right word order. Okay. So we say very much. We put it in the end. So I enjoyed the party very much. So this way, I enjoyed the party very much. Okay, we put it in the end. Well, so the next mistake is very common. It's this mistake, or this mistake is very common. Okay, what other words do you know which mean more or less the same? Okay, so this mistake is very common. Or if you don't know this word, what other words can you actually say instead, which has a similar meaning? So word which has a similar meaning: common or widespread, or typical. So this mistake is very common. This mistake is very widespread. This mistake is very typical. Please remember one thing, really. It's very important. So if the action started in the past and it's still happening now, you need to use present perfect continuous. So let's write it down. So very important information, extremely important information. Okay. So if the action started happening in the past, or started in the past, and it's still happening, or it's still going on, or or happening, so it's the same. We need to use present perfect continuous. Okay, we need to use present perfect continuous, and you see that this word, these two words, okay, how long, or this phrase, this short phrase tells us about it. So we use present perfect continuous with how long. Okay, really, look, if the action started in the past and it's still going on, or it's still happening, we use present perfect continuous. The problem is that students continue making this kind of mistake again and again. So we often, use this kind of question in our daily English conversation: how long, how long, how long? And that really, I believe that it's better, to learn most common English mistakes, and you won't make these mistakes any longer. So it's so important, right? So please remember one thing: how long. So if you have how long and the action started in the past, and it's still happening, so you need to use present perfect continuous. Okay, so let's speak English, not only fluently but correctly or accurately. Well, good. So, and we say, so how long have you been? How long have you been? Then you need to add verb. Then you need to add a verb plus ing. Then you need to add a verb plus ing. Okay, so as you see, as you understand, okay, as you guess, so as you might know, so how long have you been plus verb plus ing. Okay, so you see, how long have you been, if it's if it's about you, if it's about it, how long has it been. Okay, so how long has it been raining? How long has it been raining? Okay, really great job, my congratulations. Okay, how long has it been raining? Well done. Please remember it. Not this way, it's incorrect. I hope you understand it. You just need to remember this rule. Okay, so if the action started in the past and it's still going on or happening, you need to use present perfect continuous. So we use it with how long. Okay, so how long did you wait for me? How long did you wait for me? So it's the same situation. So you need to use how long have you been plus verb plus ing. So you need to use this structure. Okay, so how long have you, how will you say it? Please tell me. How long have you, what is next? Been, verb, wait plus ing, waiting. How long have you been waiting for me? Okay, only this way. Okay, next. How long did you stay here? It's the same mistake. Okay, so how will you say it correctly? How long have you been staying here? How long have you been staying here? So it's correct now. Well, so what is next? So how long are you here, and how long do you work here? So you know that this sentence number 9 is a little bit more difficult, and you will see why. So I hope that you understood this rule and you can use it very effectively. Anyway, try to say it correctly. Okay, so how long have you, look, some students try to say it this way: how long have you been plus verb. So what verb? Be in. Yes, here. But we can't say so. So normally we don't use normally we don't use, be in continuous. So if we don't use a verb, if we don't use this or that verb in continuous, we need to use present perfect instead. Okay, so we use present perfect if a verb doesn't have a continuous form, doesn't have a continuous form. Okay, doesn't have a continuous form. We use present perfect, so not this structure but this structure. So what is present perfect? How long have you plus the third form, or we also call it past participle. We also call it past participle. So it's a very important thing. Okay, so how long have you, and past participle of be is been. So how long have you been here? Only this way. So it's very important to understand English grammar, but to be honest, I think it isn't so difficult. So the rules are quite simple, you just need to understand them. Well, the next sentence, how long do you work here? How long do you work here? So you know the structure, and you need to say how long have you been working here? How long have you been working here? So you see, only this way. How long have you been working here? Well, next. So what is next? How long do you learn English, and how long are you married? Okay, so I think that this sentence is quite simple. Just keep in mind, this structure. Okay, so you see, and I hope you understood it very clearly, that we need to say how long, then have you been plus verb. So what verb? Learn plus ing. How long have you been learning English? And I can say, for example, for 5 years. For 5 years, okay? For 5 years. Well, so the second sentence, how long are you married? So can you correct this sentence? Can you correct this sentence? It's really more difficult, so I'll help you. Don't worry. So we have this verb be. So to be married, you see, the form of to be are, and we need to use this rule. So if this verb doesn't have a continuous form, you need to use present perfect. So how long have you plus past participle. Okay, so how long have you been? How long have you been married? How long have you been married? So only this way, only this way. So our correct sentences are the following. How long have you been learning English? Right? So we remember this structure, and we also remember one more structure if a verb doesn't have a continuous form. Okay? So how long have you been married? How long have you been married? Well, okay, so what is next? How long have you been knowing each other? Well, if you look at the sentence, you may think it's correct. You see the structure, how long have you been, verb plus ing. But you also need to know that this verb doesn't have a continuous form, So you need to say, what? So first of all, we need to remember this structure. How long have you been? How long have you been? Oh, why? How long have you been? So we need to remember this structure. So what structure? How long have you? So let's this structure. How long have you been? How long have you been? Or how long have have you been, or how long have plus subject plus past participle. Okay, we can type it again, no problem. Okay, so how long have you plus past participle, or plus the third form, plus past participle or plus the third form. So no is the first form. So what is the second form? Knew. And what is the third form? It's known, or we also call it past participle. So you need to use this structure, and let's correct it. So how long have you known? How long have you known? Okay, how long have you known each other? Well done. Well, the second sentence is I learned English for 7 months. Well, it's the same rule. So you need to remember that such phrases, such words as how long, for, and since, so often tell us that we need to use present perfect continuous. But the most important thing is the following. So if the action started in the past and is still going on, we need to use present perfect continuous. So this is the most important rule. Okay, so really, I started learning English 7 months ago, and I'm still doing it. I'm still learning English. So we see the idea of present perfect continuous. We also see for, these words often tell us that we need to use this tense. So let's correct it. We just need to know how we form present perfect continuous. I think it isn't so easy. The most difficult thing is to understand that we need to use this tense. So the formation of this tense isn't so difficult. Has been plus verb plus ing. So, and you will say I have been, the verb learn plus ing. I have been learning English. I have been learning English for 7 months. Okay, well done. So it's correct now, but not this way. Not this way. As you understand, it's incorrect. So not present simple. We need to use present perfect continuous. Well, so 15. I didn't see you from last year. Okay, so what is wrong? So we need to say since last year, since last month, okay, since last week, and so on. And it's also true, and so you see that we need to use another tense. Yeah, right. So it's also true now. So we see with the connection with the present. So we see this word since, and this word tells us that we need to use present perfect. Present perfect. I hope you remember how we form this tense. Have or has plus past participle. Have or has plus past participle. Okay. So I haven't seen you. I haven't seen you since, not from, since last year. I haven't seen you since last year. I haven't seen you since last year. So haven't seen and since. So two mistakes. We see two mistakes in this sentence. Well, as usually, I went to bed late. Yeah, it's a good phrase, but you need to be more precise. So we say as usual, not as usually. We say usually, but as usual. Okay, as usual. As usual, I went to bed late. 17. It's a very huge building. So is it okay or not? So what does huge mean? It means very big. It means very big. So huge means very big. So it's a strong adjective. Strong adjective. And I also hope that you remember this rule that we can't use very with strong adjectives. So you can't say very wonderful, okay? You can't say very wonderful, okay? You can't say very amazing. So you can't say it. So you use another word instead of very. So what is this word? It's absolutely, okay? It's absolutely. So you need to use absolutely if you want to make it sound stronger. So absolutely wonderful, absolutely amazing. So this building is absolutely huge, or but generally we just say huge. It's a huge building without very. If you want to make it sound stronger, we say absolutely, but not very. It's a huge, it's a huge building. Well, next, she burst into laughing. Okay, so let's get back to one of our favorite topics, phrasal verbs. So if you need more videos on phrasal verbs, please let me know, and we'll make a new great playlist on different phrasal verbs. Get with 15 prepositions, or take with 10 or 12 prepositions. It's so easy, and we'll cover all these phrasal verbs. And I also have one more interesting idea. So let me tell you what this idea is all about. To actually record some videos on phrasal verbs related to some topics, for example, money, relationships, and so on. Okay, so if it's interesting for you, please let me know. Okay, so she burst into laughing. So what does it mean? So it means that she started laughing suddenly. So it's this idea. She started laughing. She started laughing suddenly, and you just need to remember how we form these phrasal verbs. So if you have a verb, you say burst out plus verb plus ing. If you have a noun, you use burst into plus noun for example, burst into tears, burst into laughter. Okay, she burst into. So you have a verb, so you need to use the first one. Okay, so burst out. So you can say she burst out laughing, or she burst into, laughter. Okay, so two possible ways. She burst out laughing, or she burst into laughter. Burst out plus verb plus ing, or burst into plus noun. For example, burst into tears, laughter. Next, she burst out tears. Okay, so we know this rule. So if you have a noun, you use burst into, not burst out. Okay, she burst into tears. So, or she burst out crying. She burst out crying. It means that she started crying suddenly. Well, so the next mistake is also very important, and the students make this mistake again and again. So it was a 5 hours journey. So, well, not 5 hours, a 5-hour journey. It was a 5-hour journey. Please remember it. It was a 5-hour journey. We say it this way. Next, he said he made a terrible mistake. Okay, so it's about English tenses. It's about English tenses. So what tense is it? He said. It's past simple. Okay, it's past simple. And he made, what tense is it? It's also past simple. Okay, let's look at this situation. He said he made a terrible mistake. Okay, he said he made a terrible mistake. So first he made, then he said. Okay, first he made, then he said. First he made, then he said. So the second action is one time before. The second action is one time before, and so you need to use past perfect. Okay, Okay, so what is past perfect? It had plus past participle or the third form. So you need to use past perfect. So had plus past participle. Okay, make, made, made. So made is the third form, so we have had made. Yeah, he said he had made a terrible mistake. Good. Well, next, she found out that he was there yesterday. Okay, so she found out, or yeah, she knew about that. So it's past simple, and you also see was, it's past simple. So she found out that he was there yesterday. So what mistakes can you see? So what action happened earlier? Okay, so he was there yesterday, so first, and second, she found out. So it's one time before. You need to use past perfect, okay? So had plus past participle or the third form. So, you know, be, so was, were, it's in past simple, was, were, it's in past simple, and what is past participle? It's been. So you need to say had been. She found out that he had been there yesterday. So is it right or not? Right? Absolutely or not absolutely? Not absolutely. So there is one more mistake. So it's, you know, it's about indirect speech. Okay? It's about indirect speech, and you know that we change yesterday to the day before in indirect speech. So you need to say the day before. Look, maybe, yeah, you think that you can leave it as it is, so yesterday. But just imagine it, that she found out maybe a year ago. Yeah, a year ago she found out it a year ago, and you use yesterday. But yesterday isn't, isn't about, that past a year ago. It should be the day before. The day before. Okay, she found out that he had been there the day before. So be, was, were, been, and we are choosing been. Well, it was said already. Okay, so really, let's talk about passive voice. Let's talk about passive voice and have a look at our playlist and videos on grammar. So 20 English tenses forms, yeah, so we actually study active and passive voice. So it was said already. So you need to use passive voice. The problem is that most students can form passive voice in present simple, in past simple, and in future simple. But you know, we see another situation here. So it's already. So if you have already, you need to use present perfect. Present perfect. So we need to use present perfect passive. So what is it, and how do we form it? So has, have or has, plus been, plus past participle, plus past participle. Okay, so not was, not was. You can't say so, not was. Okay, not was. You need to say it has. Okay, let's say it without already first. It has been said. It has been said, and you know that we put already in the middle. It has already been said. It has already been said. Yo, it's correct now. Next, she was just criticized. She was just criticized. Okay, so it's about passive voice again. And you also need to know that we use present perfect with just. We use present perfect with just. Yeah, we see the connection. We see the connection with the present. So present perfect. Okay, so we need to use present perfect passive again. So you can't say so. You can't say so. It's incorrect because of just. You need to use present perfect passive, and you see how we form it. So have or has plus been plus past participle. Well, so she has, he, she, it has been, let's say it without just first. Okay, she has been criticized. She has been criticized, and we put just in the middle. So you know that we put already and just in the middle. Okay, so she has just been criticized. She has just been criticized. She has just been criticized. So only this way. Well, so it wasn't produced yet. It wasn't produced yet, so it's the same situation. So we have yet. And what does it mean? And what does it mean? Okay, we have yet, so what else? What else? So what does it mean? Okay, so we need to use present perfect again. We need to use present perfect again with yet. So you know how we form it. The problem is that actually we need to use a negative form. Okay, so haven't or hasn't been plus past participle. Okay, so not this way, not past simple, no. Okay, let's say it using present perfect passive. It hasn't been, then past participle. So you know that produce is a regular verb, so produced. So you know that the second form is the same as the third one, yeah, for all irregular verbs. So it hasn't been produced, we need this form. Okay, it hasn't been produced. It hasn't been produced yet. It hasn't been produced yet. It's correct now. Well, and let's look at the next sentence. So when I came to her, she was talking on the phone for 2 hours. Okay, so it's about the past. When I came to her, it's a short action, and I was talking on the phone, it's a long action. Yeah, past continuous, past simple, and past continuous. So what's wrong really? Do you see this mistake? So we have 4. So if we didn't have it, yeah, if we didn't have it, it would be okay. So you can say when I came to her, she was talking on the phone, yeah. So past simple and past continuous, but you have 4. You have for 2 weeks, and it's a sign. It's a sign, yeah, or it's a signal. Okay, what signal? That we need to use another tense, not past continuous, but past perfect continuous. So if it's one action in the past, yeah, and you see 4, so you need to use past perfect continuous. Past perfect continuous. So had been plus verb plus ing. Not she was talking. She had been talking on the phone for 2 hours. Only this way, okay? When I came to her, she had been talking on the phone for 2 hours. So it's a long action in the past, and you have 4, so it's this condition, and yeah, only this way. Good job. Well, I'm used to learn English every day. I'm used to learn English every day, and I used to go cycling quite often when I was a kid. Well, to correct these mistakes, you need to know 2 different structures, okay? So be used to something, or be used to doing something, and used to do something. 2 different structures. So what does it mean? Yeah, to do something. Be used, or to be used to doing something. It means that it became normal for you. So it became normal to you. It's okay for you now. It became normal to you. It became normal. It's okay. It became normal. It's okay. Yeah, and used to do something. Yeah, to be used to, the form of to be. It's usually am, is, or are. It's if it's about the present. Okay, am, is, or are. And used to do something. It's about the past. It's about the past. You did it in the past, but you aren't doing it now, or you don't do it any longer. Okay, so you did it in the past, you did it in the past, but you don't do it. But you don't do it anymore, or any longer. Any longer. Okay, so good. Well, so look, I'm used to learn English every day. So it means that I started doing it and it became normal. It's okay, yeah? But please look at this structure. We say to be used to doing, ing. Please don't forget to use I'm used to learning English. I'm used to learning English every day. Yeah, it's okay. So it's okay for me. Okay. And so look at the second sentence. I used to go in cycling quite often when I was a kid. So it's about the past. It's about the past. Yeah, when I was a kid, a distant past, and I don't do it any longer. So you need to use this structure. So it's the first structure, and it's the second structure. Used to do something. Okay, I used to go without ing. I used to go cycling quite often when I was a kid. So it's about the past, and the first structure is about the present. Well, I'm accustomed to study very hard, or he got accustomed to visit her daily. Well, you see that, yeah, it's really difficult, not for beginners, but anyway, we'll try to understand it. So you know this structure. You know this structure, okay? I hope so. To be used to doing something, it became normal, it's okay. And this structure means the same. It means absolutely the same. So you can say to be used to doing something, or to be accustomed. To be accustomed, or to be accustomed to something, or to be accustomed to doing something. It's the same. Okay, so it's the same structure. So I'm accustomed to studying. I'm accustomed to studying very hard. Or you can also say I'm used to. I'm used to studying very hard. I'm used to studying very hard, okay? So you can say to be used or to get used. It's also okay, yeah? So to be used or to get used, to be accustomed, or to get accustomed. So we often use get, yeah, when we talk about the past. Look, he got accustomed, yeah, to doing, okay, to visiting her. He got accustomed to visiting her daily, or he got used. So he got accustomed or he got used, it's the same. Yeah, as you know that accustomed, it sounds a little bit more formal. Okay, so just you need to know the structures. Next, so it may happen yesterday, and he might saw her last week. Okay, it's about modal verbs. It's about modal verbs. You see, it may happen yesterday. So, if you need to use may or might in the past, or you need to use may have or might have plus the third form or plus past participle, yeah? So you can say, it may happen, talking about the future, so it means maybe it will happen. But if it's about the past, you need to use another structure. Look, it may have happened. It may have happened yesterday. So what does it mean? It means maybe, it happened, it means maybe it happened yesterday. Well, the next one, he might saw her last week. So it's the same situation. So this modal verb, yeah, about the past, yeah, it's about the past. So you see, he might plus have plus past participle, see, saw, seen. He might have seen her last week, or maybe he saw her last week. So only this way, and these two sentences are incorrect, unfortunately. Well, he should visit her yesterday. It's the same situation, so should in the past. So how will you say should in the past? So should have plus past participle, okay? Should have plus past participle. So he should have plus past participle visited. Visited. So he should have visited her yesterday. So it's okay. Good. And you see, he cut his hair. Yeah. So, you know, if you say so, he cut his hair, it means that, yeah, he took a pair of scissors and then he cut his own hair. But I think that, in fact, he didn't do it well. So, actually, someone else did it, yeah? Another person did it. So, and in this case, you need to use the structure have something done. Have something done, okay? So he had his hair cut. He had his hair cut. He had his hair cut. Have something done. So not he cut his hair, but he had his hair cut. Okay? Very important structure. And he repaired his car. So maybe his car broke down, yeah? He repaired his car, but not with his own hands, okay? Not with his own hands. So someone did it for him, and if someone did it for him, you need to use have something done. So he had, how will we say it? He had his car repaired. He had his car repaired. Okay, very good, really very good. He had his car repaired, but it isn't correct, as you see. Well, next, you would better stay at home. So I want to give you some advice, and you need to remember that we say you'd better. It's okay to use a short form. So if you want to use a full form, you need to use that you'd means you had. You'd better or you had better, but not would, okay? So you'd better stay at home or you had, yeah, we usually say this short form, you'd better stay at home. If it's a full form, you had better, but not would. You had better stay at home. Okay, you had rather put it off. So it's a phrasal verb, you know, please have a look at our playlist of phrasal verbs. So it means put off means to do it later. So, and we say what? Not had rather, but would rather. We use it when we want to give, you know, some advice. So you would rather put it off. Next, I wish I know all the truth. So it's about the second conditional. And this structure with I wish. So you need to know that we use I wish, and then you use a subject. Okay, then you use a subject, for example, I, and past simple, because it's unreal. It's unreal about the present. Okay? It's unreal about the present. So, and you need to say, I wish I knew all the truth, because it's unreal. It means that I don't know all the truth, but you know, it's my dream, it's my wish. I wish I knew. I wish I knew all the truth. Next. Good. So, I wish he didn't come yesterday. I wish he didn't come yesterday. So, it's my wish about the past. So, you know that it's our wish. If we are talking about the second conditional, it's our wish about the present. And if we have a wish about the past, we need to use not conditional free, or not conditional, not the second conditional, but the third conditional. And we form it this way: I wish plus subject, I wish plus subject plus past perfect, plus past perfect. So what is past perfect? It's had plus the third form, or you know that we also call it past participle, okay? So it's unreal, but not about the present. It's unreal about the past, okay? So the third conditional, okay? You see, I wish he didn't come yesterday. It's my wish about the past. It means that he came yesterday, but really I wish he what? Had plus past participle or hadn't. I wish he hadn't come. I wish he hadn't come yesterday, okay? Next, the money were paid. The money were paid. So it's okay, yeah, it's passive voice. It's, you see, it's passive voice, past simple, it's okay. But there is one small, or maybe not small, mistake. So the problem is that the money is singular. The money is singular in English. The money is singular in English. So the money is, or the money was, yeah? He, she, it was. The money was paid. The money was paid. Okay, next. It can be due later. It can be due later. And it can be say now. Well, it's about passive voice. It's also about passive voice, but with modal verbs. With modal verbs. It's about passive voice, but with modal verbs. Okay? How do we form it? Okay? So if it's about the present, so can, should, must be plus past participle. You know that we always use past participle with passive voice. Can, should, must be plus past participle. Okay? So it means that it's by someone. Okay? It can be plus past participle. So you know, do, did, done, and we need the third form, past participle. So it can be done. It can be done. It can be done later. It can be done later. Okay? It can be done later. It means by someone. So we use passive voice. It can be say now. Yeah, you know that it's passive voice. We always need these. Yeah, past participle. Say. So say, said, said. Okay, and we need said. So it can be said. It can be said now. It's okay. Well, next, it should be mentioned. It's the same situation. It's the same situation. Passive voice with modal verbs. You see, it should be mentioned. It means by someone. So should be plus the third form. So you know that mention is a regular verb. Yeah, this verb is regular. So the second form is mentioned, and it's the same as the third form. You see, this the same. We need this, so it should be mentioned. Yeah, don't forget about it. It's very important. Ed. It should be mentioned. Next, he said he will come tomorrow. Yeah, he said he will come tomorrow. We call it reported speech. We call it reported speech when we report something. When we report something, reported speech, or it has another name, so reported speech, or you know, you can also meet indirect speech. So if you really want, you know, a playlist on full English grammar for beginners, I mean short videos, what is short, 20, 30 minutes, maximum 40, please let me know and we can create these two playlists for beginners, elementary students and for intermediate students, and with practice, I mean some exercises, so it's up to you. Well, so reported or indirect speech, and you know that if we retell, it's when we retell something, and the most important rule is that you need to use one time before, okay? And you see that we have will, we need to use one time before, and we change will to would, okay? So you can say, okay, so if it were, so direct speech, you can say, he said he will come tomorrow. But if it's indirect speech, not direct, you need to change will to would, and so you have, you see, he said he would come tomorrow, would come, okay? He said he would come tomorrow, so it's really very important. Well, she said she will keep her promise. So you see, it's reported speech again, and we need to do what? To change will to would. So she said she would keep her promise. We change will to would. Okay, I have no idea where is it. Okay, yeah, I can say I have no idea, and I can say where is it, but yeah, we say I have no idea where is it, so it's indirect question, and we need to actually use the correct word order. You need to use the correct word order. So what is it? Subject and then object, subject and object, okay? So if you have something before a question word, so where is a question word? So you need to use the correct word order. So subject, it and is, okay? So I have no idea where it is. Good. Can you tell me where does she live? Can you tell me where does she live? Okay, it's the same thing. It's an indirect question. Can you tell me? Because we have something before this question word where. So you need to use the correct word order. So can you tell me where? Subject, she lives. Can you tell me where she lives? Next. He told me not wait for him. Okay? So he told me not wait for him. So do you see this mistake? Okay, so you can say, okay, can you say he told me wait for him? No, because it's in infinitive. So it's in infinitive, and you need to use, to plus verb, infinitive. You need to use to plus verb, and it's the same in a negative sentence. So he told me not to wait. He told me not to wait for him. So if it's an infinitive, you need to use to plus verb, okay? He told me not to wait for him. So next, they said us the following, okay? So we say something, it's okay. So I can say they said the following, it's okay, but we tell someone something. So if you see someone, we need to use tell, okay? So they told us the following. So you can say they told us the following, or they said the following. But if you have us, someone, you need to use told. They told us the following, okay? Next, they told us not go there. It's the same thing, okay? You see, it's about infinitive, so you need to plus verb, okay? Or not plus to plus verb if it's a negative form. So they told us not to go. They told us not to go. They told us not to go there. Well, so who did say it and who does know the answer? You know that if we want to form a question, we use do or does, right? Do or does in present simple and did in past simple, okay? So, you know, so where do you live? Yeah, where does she live? So how did it happen? And so on, right? So I hope that you agree with me. So if you have a question with who, so and the answer, for example, he or she or they, yeah? So you don't need this, you don't need this, we don't use it, okay? We don't use it. So we don't use it, we don't need it. So, okay, so you don't need it. You don't need it, so we don't use do or does or did with who if the answer, for example, he, she or they. And how to say it correctly? So it's easy. So if it's in the past, you just need to use the past form of say. So say, said, okay? Who said it? Who said it? Who does know the answer? So you just need to use the right form in present simple. And many students also say who know the answer, but it's also incorrect, and I will tell you why. You know that who means he, she or it, and if it's he, she or it, we need to add s. Please don't forget to add s, okay? Who knows? Who knows the answer? Who knows the answer, right? So what did happen? So the same thing. So we don't need to do or does or did here. So, and we'll say, okay, and we'll say what happened. What happened? What happened? So the same is the same story. What happened? So the next mistake is really very common. I don't know why, but I hear it again and again. So it happened from me. You know that you need to remember that we use, certain prepositions after some verbs, adjectives, and adverbs, and you need to memorize. So we say happened to, okay? So it happened to me. We say it happened to me, not from, okay? It happened to me. It happened to me. Next. Avoid to talk to her, and he gave up to drink alcohol. Well, it's about to and ing. You know that we use, ing with some verbs. We say avoid doing something, avoid doing something. So not to do, avoid doing something. You just need to remember it. And you should say avoid talking to her. It means don't talk to her, try not to talk to her, avoid talking to her, avoid doing something. And let's look at the second one. So he gave up to drink alcohol. So you know that we also say give up doing something, give up doing something. So it's a phrasal verb. It means to stop doing something. And I hope that you remember this rule. We talked about it. Please have a look at our playlist on phrasal verbs. So if you have a preposition, not to, another preposition, and there is a verb, so you need to use ing. It's a rule. So you say give up doing something, go on doing something, go on doing something. It means continue doing something. Take up doing something, okay? Take up doing something. It means start doing something. It's a rule. So if you have a verb after a preposition but not to, okay, you need to use ing, okay? So I hope that's clear. So, as you know, we're strong together. And so you should say it, he gave up drinking. He gave up drinking alcohol. So only this way, he gave up drinking alcohol. Well, he took up play tennis. Yeah, we talked about it that give up means stop doing something and take up means start doing something. And you also remember our rule. So take up doing something and we need to use ing. He took up playing tennis. Okay, next. He is afraid of go there. So, is this preposition correct or incorrect? Correct. We say afraid of something or afraid of someone, and you also see that we have this rule. So, if there is a verb, let's write it down because really this rule is extremely important. If there is a verb, and a preposition before it, and a preposition before it, not to, so not to, okay, not to, or we need to use what? Not to, or we need to add ing. We need to add ing, yeah, after the verb. It's very important information. Yeah, look, if there is a verb, yeah, there is a verb and a preposition before it, yes, there is a preposition before it, not to, it's off. We need to add in, yeah, or ing. Let's do it. I'm afraid of going there. I'm afraid of going there. Okay, next. I forgot my bag at home. Okay. I forgot my bag at home. So we forget something in our mind. We forget something in our mind. For example, I forgot to call him. I forgot to call him. I forgot to call him. We forget something in our mind, yeah? If it's about things, material things, yeah? If it's about material things are not only in our mind, okay? Not only in our mind, but real things. So real situation, so real things, real situation, we use another verb. Not forget, but leave. Leave, left. So we say I left my bag at home. I left my bag at home. Next, he suggests to go there. No. We say suggest doing something. So, yeah, it's incorrect. Okay? So he suggests going there. He suggests going there. So he suggests going to the cinema, he suggests going to the park, and so on. He suggests going there. Well, he suggests us to join him. It's another structure. So I hope that you remember. We talked about it. Suggest doing something, yeah? If it's one subject, okay? If it's one subject, for example, he suggests doing it. If it's one subject. If there are two subjects, we need to use another structure. Look, he suggests that we, for example, that we go there, or that we should go there. So look, you use in this case, or in this sentence, or in this example, you use present simple, or yeah, we go or should plus verb, or we should go there. Okay, let's do it. So he suggests, yeah, us, yeah, he suggests. So let's correct it. he suggests that we join him, or you can also say he suggests that we should join him. Okay, good. So what about the next sentence? I will take this exam in spite I'm not ready. Okay, you need to know this structure. We say in spite of the fact, or despite the fact, or despite the fact. So I will take this exam in spite of the fact that, yeah, and don't forget to use that. In spite of the fact that, in spite of the fact that, right, that I am not ready. So it means although. So I will take this exam although I am not ready. So I will take this exam but I'm not ready. So I'm not ready but I'll take this exam. Please remember it that we say in spite of the fact and despite the fact that. Okay, good. Well done. So although. Good. So 63. I'll try to do it despite of your warnings. Okay, you see. You need to remember these very useful phrases, okay? In spite of or despite, yeah, without a preposition. So you can say despite your warnings, or in spite of, or in spite of, or in spite of your warnings. It means the same, two possible ways. I'll try to do it despite your warnings, or I'll try to do it in spite of your warnings. Well done. So next, he can pass this test in spite to be lazy. Well, you know, it's also about in spite and in spite of and despite, but it's a more difficult thing because there is a verb. So there is a verb be. So if there is a verb, you need to use another structure, in spite of doing. In spite of doing something, in spite of doing something, or despite doing something. Okay, despite doing something. Yeah, first of all, we need to correct the following. So we say despite, but in spite of. Yeah, please don't forget to put of. And we use doing. So the verb plus ing, in spite of being lazy. So he can pass this test in spite of being lazy. So you can say he can pass this test in spite of being lazy, or despite. You can say it in one word. Okay, so despite being lazy. You know, I know that this sentence and this structure may sound strange, but you know, it's because you haven't got used to it. So maybe it's a new thing for you, and so it seems strange. So all new things usually seem strange. It's okay, but I think the more advanced English grammar and vocabulary practice you have, so the more actually the easier it will be for you to get used to it. You see, well done. So 65. He can get this job despite he doesn't have enough qualifications. So it's a verb. So, or he can get this job, you can say although. You can correct it by saying he can't get this job although, yeah, although he doesn't have enough qualifications. But if you really want, or if you do want, yeah, I can say if you really want, or if you do want to use this structure with a verb, you need to use the following. So in spite of doing, or despite doing. Okay, so how will you say it? Next, I look forward to go on holiday. So it means I really want it to happen, so I really need it. But please keep in mind one thing. Look forward to doing something, okay? Look forward to doing something. Don't forget to use ing. So I look forward to going on holiday, okay? I look forward to going on holiday. Next, he is capable to do it. Okay, so it's about preposition. So what preposition do we use with capable? Please remember, capable of doing something. Capable of doing something. So you need to say he is capable. He is capable of doing it. It means that he can do it. He can do it. He can do it. Okay. Next, there is no point to take this exam. It means that we don't need it. We don't need it. So why? It means why should we take this exam? So the structure is the following. So there is no point. There is no point. There is no point in doing something. There is no point in doing something. Okay. So you should say there is no point in. Yeah, it's incorrect. It's incorrect, and you should say so. There is no point. There is no point in taking. There is no point in taking this exam again. There is no point in taking this exam again. Okay, there is no point in doing something. So it's a mistake. Well, we had no difficulty to get their permission. So it was easy for us to get their permission. So the same thing. Have difficulty doing something, yeah? But not to. So we had no difficulty getting their permission, but not to get. We need to use ing only this way. So how will you say it? Right, we had no difficulty. We had no difficulty getting their permission. We have no difficulty getting their permission. So usually this way, sometimes you can meet, so there is no point in doing something, or there is no point doing something. Sometimes you can meet without in, and sometimes you can meet in here too, okay? Have difficulty doing something, have difficulty in doing something. But anyway, ing, not to, okay? So we had no difficulty getting their permission. Next, the love is a wonderful feeling. So you know that it's a general thing. It's a general thing. It's a general thing. It means not the love of this person, not the love of these people. It means it's a general feeling, yeah? So, and you shouldn't use the. So, love is a wonderful feeling. And I also remember one thing, that beauty will save the world. Beauty will save the world. Beauty will save the world, yeah? But I think that not just beauty of our body, but beauty of our soul, yeah? Beauty, okay, of our soul. Beauty of our soul, okay, you see, not just beauty of our body. Okay, some people sometimes say so. Okay, well, it's a general thing. Okay, so what is next? I chose a 2-week course. Okay, I see. Well, we say I chose a 2-week course. I chose a 2-week course. Next, do everyone think the same? So, do everyone think the same? You need to remember that everyone. So, everyone. Okay, what else? Everybody. So no one. Sorry for my bad typing, or for my awful typing skills, but I'll work on myself. Yeah, I'll try to do it. So no one, nobody. Okay, nobody. and each. Okay, and yeah, we use it means he, she, it. It means he, she, it. If it means he, she, it, we need to use does, right? Right? Does everyone think the same? Does everyone think the same? Next, he found a lot of mistakes in his essay. Okay, a lot of mistakes in his essay. We say a lot of. It means many. It means many. A lot of. Sometimes we can use a lot. So it's before a noun. Before a noun. If you don't have a noun, you say a lot. For example, he knows a lot. He knows a lot. So if you don't have a noun, yeah. So no, if you don't have a noun. If you don't have a noun, okay. So he knows a lot or much, yeah. He knows a lot. If you don't have a noun or a lot of, so you need to say a lot of. He found a lot of mistakes in his essay. He thinks the same like me. Oh, yeah, really, it's very important to know this structure. The same as. We say the same as. He thinks the same as me. Okay, please use as. He thinks the same as me. Well, it's a 5 minutes walk. Okay, it's actually the same thing. I think you understand what I'm talking about. So it's a 5 minute. It's a 5 minute walk. Next, don't do it. It's harmful for your health. Well, so you should pay attention to English prepositions. And we say harmful to, okay? Harmful to. So it's harmful to your health, or it's bad. It's bad for your health. It's about harm, some negative thing, so don't do it. It's harmful to your health. Next, what was your reason to come to the party? Or why did she come to the party? Why did she come to the party? Okay, let's remember English prepositions again. So reason for something, or if you have a verb, we say reason for doing something. So what was your reason? Yeah, you say reason for coming. So you need for and what and ing. Reason for coming to the party. Next, my brother works as a cooker. Yeah, you know that cooker is a thing. It isn't a profession. It's a thing, not a profession. Not a profession. Okay. So you cook with the help of a cooker. But if it's a profession, we say cook. Yeah. So my brother works as a cook. My brother works as a cook, but you know that you have a cooker in your kitchen. So, but cook is a profession, yeah? It's a profession. Okay, well done. Next, he is married with her. Well, it's about English prepositions again. We say married to, but marry someone, okay? So, he is married to her. He is married to her. He is married to her, but he married her. He married her. Next, who does it belong? You know, this actually topic is really difficult and many students can't understand it. It's a real pity, okay? Who does it belong? Well, actually, some students try to see it this way. To whom does it belong? To whom does it belong? But you know that it's like, you know, from where are you? From where are you? But normally we don't ask questions this way, so we put these prepositions at the end of the sentence, at the end of the question, and as you know, we say, where are you from? Where are you from? Where are you from? Yeah, and we put to at the end of the sentence. So whom does it belong? Whom does it belong? But you know that we can use who or whom. Normally we use who, so who does it belong to? Yeah, to. We put it at the end of the sentence, okay? Who does it belong to? So this question is correct. You know that sometimes students try to memorize it, but I believe that we need to understand how we form this question, and really I tried to do it for you, and I hope that you understood it. Okay, so who does it belong to? Who does it belong to? This way. Well, so 81, what are you interested? Okay, so you also need to, and what are you keen? So you need to actually don't forget to use dependent prepositions too. Don't forget to use dependent prepositions. Don't forget to use dependent prepositions too, okay? So I mean that, so adjectives plus certain prepositions. So you need to say, what are you interested in? We say to be interested in something. What are you keen? So what preposition do we use with keen? Keen on. What are you keen on? So it's the same. What do you like? Yeah? Simply, what do you like? Or what are you interested in? What are you keen on? What are you fond? So what preposition do we use after fond? Fond of. It means that you, what do you enjoy doing? So what do you really like? What do you really like doing something? And what is he afraid? What preposition do we use after afraid? Of. What is he afraid of? Yeah, we use dependent prepositions too in questions. Next, he succeed to pass the exam. So it's really difficult. So I think that you know such a word as success. So success is a noun, or you know successful, it's an adjective, and unsuccessful, yeah, it's okay, but it's another thing. You have another thing here. It's succeed. It's a verb. It's a verb, and you need to remember succeed in doing something. Succeed in doing something. Okay, so he succeeded. So I think it's about the past. Yeah, he succeeded not to pass, but in doing something. So let's correct it. So in, not to, and we use ing after the verb. So he succeeded in passing the exam. So this structure, it means that he passed the exam. So he was successful. He was successful. Well, next, succeeded in doing something. Yeah, very important phrase. What is next? She managed to get the job. So there is a phrase, managed to do something. Managed to do something. So we say managed to get a job. She managed to get a job. So what is it? It means that she could get it. She could get it. She got it. So it was difficult. It was difficult for her, but she got it. She got it, although it was difficult for her. Although it was difficult for her. Okay, she got it, although it was difficult for her. Yeah, she managed to get the job. Okay. Next, who are you with now? So who are you with now? Okay, so you see, it's present continuous if it's now, so you need to use what? ing. Who are you waiting? So you can use it with now or without now, and you also need to use a dependent preposition. So we say wait for. Who are you waiting for? Who are you waiting for? Yes, it's about the present, so you see present continuous and for at the end of the question. Who are you waiting for? Okay, it's typical for this country. It's typical for this country. Or, yeah, you see, it's about prepositions again. So typical of, okay? So it's typical of this country, or it's typical of him. is typical of this country? Well, I am proud for your achievements, or in other words, for your success, or success or good results. But it's about prepositions again. So we say proud. So what preposition do we use with proud? Proud of. Okay, I'm proud of. I'm proud of your achievements. Okay, and what's your attitude about this thing? It means, what do you think? What do you think about this thing? Attitude, towards. Okay, towards. So what's your attitude towards? What's your attitude towards this thing? Okay, so it's very important to know different prepositions. So adjectives with prepositions. So what do you need to know? So adjectives plus prepositions. It's really adjectives plus prepositions. Next, verbs plus prepositions. Nouns plus prepositions. So it's very important if you want to speak English correctly. Well, I hope you understand what I mean, so let's go on. Well, so they are short in money. It means they don't have enough money. So it's about English prepositions again. So please pay attention to English prepositions and phrasal verbs. So it's very important if you want to have a strong intermediate and upper intermediate and advanced level. Okay, short of. We say they are short of money. They are short of money. They don't have enough money. Well, he's standing close from me. So you can say near me, near me. So near something, or near someone, or close to. Okay, so he's standing close to me, but not from. He's standing close to me. Well, so he put off his shoes. You know that we say take on clothes, and some students are mistaken when they think that the opposite phrasal verb is take off, but in fact it isn't. The opposite phrasal verb is put off. So put off clothes, take on clothes, the opposite phrasal verb is put off clothes. Oh, sorry, take on clothes. Oh, what? Actually, I don't know why it happened, but I was thinking about one thing, but I wrote, or I typed a completely different thing or an opposite thing, and I hope that you will follow my explanations and you got my point that we say put on. Okay, so put on clothes, yeah. Put on clothes, and the opposite phrasal verb is take off. Take off clothes. Really, it's so funny. It made me even laugh. Okay, so it take off clothes. Take off clothes. Yeah, put on clothes and take off clothes, but not put off. Yeah, so he put off. Yeah, put on. He put on his shoes, or he took off, or he took off, or he took off his shoes. Two possible ways to opposite phrasal verbs. Okay, next, I will look at in a dictionary. Okay, so you can say look at me, so look at him, but if you want to check something in some reference materials, so you need to use a phrasal verb look up. So I will look it up. Yeah, don't forget to use up. I will look it up in a dictionary. So I'll check it there. I'll look it up in a dictionary. Well, so it didn't live up to my expectations. So if you hear it, it means that so it wasn't good enough. So you expected more, or I expected more. So for example, the show didn't live up to my expectations, so I expected more. But it's about the spelling too. Yeah. So the spelling of this word. So you know that spelling mistakes sometimes take place too. So we say live up to, like live. Yeah, where do you live? Yeah. So really, where do you live? Live up to. It didn't live up to my expectations. And look, we'll decide this problem soon. We say solve a problem. We say solve a problem, but decide to do something. Decide to do something in our mind. For example, I decided to upload, English lessons regularly. I decided, it's in my mind. Yeah, I decided to upload English lessons, English video courses regularly on this channel, English Professionally. So if you support this idea, okay. But we say solve a problem, okay, it's different. So it's about English vocabulary, it's a different thing. Well, so 97, they headed to America, okay. So we say head for, or they left for, or they went for, they went to America. So they headed for America. It means they left for America, they went to America, so it's about movement. They left Spain. They really like this country. So if they really like this country, it means that they are in Spain. So they went there, and you need to use left for, right. So if they want to go to another country, you say they left Spain, so and they went to another country. But if they are in Spain, so you can say go to or leave for. So they left for Spain, they really like this country. Well, and one more, the most difficult task, the most difficult sentence, please concentrate. So really, I expect concentration. I never came across with this word. It's completely new for me. Okay, I can give you some time, maybe 20 seconds, I think it will be enough to spot this mistake. Spot this mistake, or to find it. Okay, please. Okay, time flies. So I think you managed to spot it, okay? So we say come across something or someone, yeah, without with. I think you noticed it. So I never came across this word. But the most interesting thing is that there are two mistakes in this sentence, right? So it's completely new for me. So you know that if we have never, and there is a connection with the present, if it is a connection with the present, I mean it's still true. It's still true. You need to use present perfect. You need to use present perfect, okay? So it's completely new for me. We see it in the second sentence. And you need to say I have never, and past participle, I have never come across this word. Yeah, so it's completely new for me. Okay, thank you very much for your support. Yeah, thanks a lot. So it gives me motivation, inspiration. Yeah, so I'm full of energy, I'm full of enthusiasm, and really it gives me motivation, it gives me inspiration, it gives me energy, so it gives me power, or it gives me strength. You see, it gives me lots of positive feelings thanks to you. I'm really thankful. Thanks a lot. See you. Bye. And I wish you good progress in English. So that's why we are here. See you. Bye.